Chapter 43-43. Luin said calmly, I can't save him. Ha! You can help me. Kid, are you kidding? Luin said seriously, I'm not kidding. Ha, I can help, but I won't. Luin wasn't surprised. It's unknown. Unknowingly, who can help me? No, your threat to the Mudwater Kingdom is above all the unknowns, so in this deadlock, you'll either be facing Ni-Beluo or an existence second only to him. Even if the unknowns can deal with such an existence, it'll be troublesome. You can't afford this price. Luin looked at Lan Mang. Contact Boss Say. Lan Mang ended the call with the old man. He contacted Boss Say. Boss Say, can the 4 stars reward help me save the Mountain Sword sect from the Mudwater Kingdom? Luin said bluntly. He couldn't save them by himself. The old man was right. The other side of the deadlock was either Ni-Beluo or an existence second only to him. Such an existence was at least at Damao's level. Teleportation wasn't omnipotent, especially when facing Ni-Beluo. He couldn't even escape. Ni-Beluo had killed Xianling. Boss Say replied, on the battlefield, the rewards are much more than usual. But the rewards are also much more than usual. Are you sure you want to exchange for the Mountain Sword sect's reward here? Yes. The 4 stars reward isn't enough. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The 4 stars reward isn't enough. The Mountain Sword sect. The sect is outside, and the Mountain Sword sect's ancestor is inside. If you want to completely save the Mountain Sword sect, you need to kill the Mud Blade. The Mud Blade is second only to Ni-Beluo. It's equivalent to a master with 2 laws of the universe. Killing the Mud Blade on the battlefield can get the 5 stars reward. In the current battlefield, the unknowns are willing to kill the Mud Blade, so if you want to save the Mountain Sword sect, you need the 5 stars reward. It also depends on whether the unknowns are willing to help. No unknowns were willing to help. Luin knew what the unknowns were thinking. They would rather give the reward to themselves than bear the burden of karma. Which unknowns are fighting the Mud Blade? No comment. Boss Say, if I want to save the Mountain Sword sect outside, is the reward of a 4 stars mission enough? Enough to save the sect. Make sure that no one in the sect is injured or killed. Not enough. How much do you want? 2 4 stars mission rewards. Otherwise, we won't be able to ensure the safety of the humans in the sect. Luin directly took out Mud Ghost from Mount Supreme and added the karma. I hope you can keep your word and help me save everyone in the Mountain Sword sect. With that, he slashed down and killed Mud Ghost. 1 Mud Ghost, 1 Mud 100, 2 4 stars mission rewards. This was the most he could do for now. Otherwise, even if he killed another one of the 8 elders and received a 5-star mission reward, it would be useless without Wushu willing to help. Wait here. The portal disappeared. Luin closed his eyes, his mind filled with thoughts of the Mountain Sword sect's ancestor. That benevolent senior had spared no effort for the Mountain Sword sect's human heritage, and had returned from the battlefield covered in blood time and time again. I'm sorry, senior. I can't save you. Although he had never met the Grand Elder before, this Grand Elder was the same as Elder Chan and the others. He had contributed to the human civilization. I'm sorry. At the same time, under another starry sky, the huge muddy kingdom was like a hedgehog. All the weapons of civilization had folded into blades and stabbed out from all directions of the muddy kingdom. This was the muddy kingdom of the Mud Blade, and below it was the Mountain Sword sect. Just like the middle-aged man who was covered in cement, the muddy kingdom was also attached to the Mountain Sword sect. From afar, the peak of the Mountain Sword sect was gray. A blade suddenly pierced out of the muddy kingdom and slashed into the distance. With a bang, the red sword swung and slapped the blade away. Red Hero walked out of the void and looked at the muddy kingdom. He also saw the mountain sword sect under the Muddy Kingdom's control. Humans. In the Muddy Kingdom, the mud blade appeared, and the two white blades beside him were weapons of civilization. In the Muddy Kingdom, the top 8 elders all had 2 weapons of civilization and 2 eternal realm powerhouses. This was the result of the Muddy Kingdom's many years of continuous expeditions to find eternal realm powerhouses. For the Muddy Kingdom, fishing for eternal realm powerhouses wasn't to destroy the civilization, but to increase the strength of the weapons of civilization. The more eternal realm powerhouses they collected, the stronger the weapons of civilization. Looking at the entire Muddy Kingdom, the reason why the Mud Blade was the strongest was that it collected 3 eternal realm powerhouses as weapons of civilization. This is your race, right? How about it? Do you want to save him? The Mud Blade made a sound, very dry and cold. On the opposite side, Red Hero didn't care. Where did you find him? This battlefield. Oh. Just one word, and that was it. The Mud Blade stared at Red Hero and saw the indifference in his eyes. That ruthlessness really didn't care. This civilization didn't seem to care about its own race. There were too many creatures in the universe who didn't care about their own race. It seemed that he couldn't wait for that rascal to save him. In that case, he would kill this guy first. Thinking of this, Mud Blade slashed at Red Hero with 2 long white swords beside him. On this battlefield, it had fought with Red Hero more than once. Both of them had stopped at a certain point, so much so that they couldn't even see each other's true strength. Red Hero didn't want to be entangled with it at all. Every time they fought, there was karma. Even if he defeated the Mud Blade in the end, he would be crippled by the designated karma. So this battle didn't benefit him at all. He just needed to stall the Mud Blade. This was also the basis of the war with the Mud Kingdom. No loss was a win. Bang, 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 the red sword and the blade clashed in the starry sky. Although Red Hero didn't want to fight the Mud Blade, he couldn't completely let go. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to answer to the unknown. While they were fighting, the mountain sword sect was gone. Red Hero looked into the distance in amazement. He saw a door swallow the mountain sword sect, and then the mountain sword sect was gone. Did it do it? The Mud Blade was also stunned. Where was the mountain sword sect? It was gone. The unknown saved the mountain sword sect. Logically, the unknown shouldn't care about such a weak civilization, not to mention that the eternal realm of this civilization had been collected by it. Even if it took the mountain sword sect away, what was the point? Or was it because of that rascal? It regretted. Red Hero's indifferent attitude made it think that the rascal didn't care and wouldn't come to save, so it didn't keep an eye on the mountain sword sect. Who would have thought that it would be saved so easily? It seems that you still care about your own race. You pretended to be so real. The Mud Blade was annoyed. It cut the starry sky and stretched endlessly. Red Hero dodged and stared at the Mud Blade. You're not testing me. It's because of another human. So what? The Mud Blade kept cutting down the civilization's heavy weapons. Red Hero also regretted it. He thought that the Mud Blade brought the mountain sword sect to influence him, and he laughed at the Mud Blade for being too naive. But the moment the unknown saved the mountain sword sect, he knew that he was wrong. The mountain sword sect didn't want to influence him, but Lu Yin. Lu Yin also joined the battle. With his rascal identity and powerful strength, he would definitely cause losses to the Mud Kingdom. It just so happened that the Mud Kingdom found the human civilization on this battlefield, so they wanted to use the human civilization to deal with Lu Yin. This was a dead end for Lu Yin. But his ruthlessness made the Mud Blade think that the human didn't care about his own race. The more he didn't care, the more Mud Blade thought that Lu Yin didn't care, so he didn't take any precautions and saved the mountain sword sect. It was equivalent to saying that he helped Lu Yin imperceptibly. Damn it. Red Hero was angry. Why didn't you say it was to deal with Luin? Luin. The mud blade was puzzled. Is that the rascal's name? Also, what do you mean by that? Red Hero retreated and stared at the mud blade without saying a word. He turned around and left. The mud blade looked at the empty starry sky. This guy left. What did he just say? Did this unknown want to deal with that rascal as well? If that was the case, he wouldn't drag him down anymore. Thinking of this, the mud blade took out a paper bridge. If this unknown didn't drag him down, he could leave this battlefield and kill that rascal. It all depended on whether or not this unknown would ruin it. The paper bridge was set up, and the mud blade took the mud kingdom onto it and disappeared in an instant. Red Hero watched from afar and didn't stop him. This action would definitely cause the 8 colors to be dissatisfied. Every unknown on this battlefield had their own enemies, and they didn't need to kill them. Their mission was to stall them, but he allowed the mud blade to leave. He didn't want to offend the 8 colors, but the most important thing right now was to deal with Luin. As long as Luin died, all of his problems would be solved. Compared to this, as long as he didn't openly break the rules of the unknown, they wouldn't do anything to him. On the other side, Luin watched as the door in front of him opened and the mountain sword sect appeared. He was excited that he had been saved so quickly. Lan Meng was also surprised. This was too efficient. There were countless survivors in the mountain sword sect, and now that they were rescued, they were all grateful to Luin. They were curious about which human civilization Luin came from, but they also wanted to save their ancestor. Everyone in the mountain sword sect knelt down and begged Luin to save their ancestor. Luin had no choice but to move everyone to Mount Supreme and put them away. 8 colors, thank you. The 8 colors said, this is the reward for the mission. You've used it up for this battle. Good luck. With that, the door disappeared. Not far away, Lan Meng felt that it was a pity. That was 2 4-stars mission rewards, and it was used up just like that. If it was used outside the battlefield, even powerful Eternal Realm cultivators wouldn't be able to resist the temptation. Contact the old man. Hee, you're looking for me. I want to know which unknown was fighting against the mud blade. You saved that human. The old man was surprised. Seems like you used an incredible reward. It wasn't surprising that he could guess it. If the other side was mud blade, even the 8 colors wouldn't have been able to save him so quickly. Only the mud blade was fundamentally different from mud blade. 2 4-stars mission rewards. What a pity, what a pity. Once you kill me, you'll be able to exchange it for a 5-star mission reward. Do you know how tempting a 5-star mission reward is? Even I would be tempted. What a pity. I won't help you anymore. Oh. You don't want to touch the river of time anymore. If I kill the 8 elders again, Mud Blade will definitely deal with me personally. Hee, even if you don't kill him, the result will be the same. What do you mean? Luin was stunned. At that moment, a paper bridge appeared, and an indescribably sharp aura with a suffocating sense of horror rushed towards him. Chapter 43-44. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously teleported away. Lan Meng had also sensed it. But without teleportation, he couldn't escape at all. The edge brushed past his body, and he was almost instantly killed. He hurriedly hid in the coffin and fled. An extremely powerful enemy had appeared. Why was it here? It had to be for Luin. This was Mudwater Kingdom's killing intent. There was a loud bang. The white blade slashed down. It slashed down on the blue coffin. The blue coffin was split open. Within the coffin, Lan Meng was shocked. He controlled the coffin to escape. Where was Luin? That bastard had actually not taken him with him. Luin. Up in the sky, the mud blade descended. It raised its hand, and the other white blade fell, slashing at the blue coffin. The two blades landed at the same point, shattering the blue coffin. Inside, Lan Mang had nowhere to run. He leapt up. "You're looking for Lu Yin." He ran away. "You can't catch up to him now. It has nothing to do with me." Beside the mud blade, the two white blades slashed down again. Their target was Lan Mang. Lan Mang gritted his teeth. At the same time, he contacted 8 colors. A small door appeared beside him. 8 colors, save me." Lan Mang roared. The white sword fell. Lan Mang raised it, and the divine power in his body surged wildly. Blue threads wrapped around the sword's hilt. He was going all out. The weapon of civilization, the white blade that contained immortality, slashed at the blue sword. One strike, just one strike, and the blue sword was split in two. The other white blade fell, slashing down in front of Lan Mang. At the same time, Lan Jia descended, and a halo of light surrounded the mud blade, trapping it. The moment Lan Jia descended, the second white blade fell. The blade cut through Lan Mang's body, killing him. 2 strikes broke the coffin. 2 strikes killed Lan Mang. The mud blade stood high in the sky, looking into the distance. Lan Mang's death didn't cause it any ripples. There were strong and weak unknowns. It wasn't that it hadn't killed them in the past, but this unknown had just happened to run into it. Far away, Lu Yin saw it with his mirroring technique. The mud blade's slashes carried an indescribable chill. 2 strikes had shattered the coffin, which was about the same destructive power as the Azure Lotus Imperial Wheel. 2 strikes had killed Lan Mang, and he hadn't even been able to resist. Although Lan Mang had fallen from his peak due to his injuries, he shouldn't have been this weak. There was something wrong with those 2 sabers. This was Mud Blade, and it actually appeared on this battlefield. Then, Mud Blade's opponent was most likely Red Hero. Only Red Hero would risk offending 8 colors and let Mud Blade go. He wanted to use Mud Blade to kill him. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This Mud Blade was too dangerous. Suddenly, the Mud Blade rushed towards him. He could feel himself. For a powerhouse like Clay Blade, the speed distance of 20 years in the Eternal Life realm was not difficult to cross. Red Hero's attack could cover the speed distance of 150 years. No matter how bad Clay Blade was, it was enough to cover the speed distance of 20 years. It had found him. The attack range didn't mean that it could be seen, but for a powerhouse like Mud Blade, it wasn't difficult to sense the enemy's position. Separated by the speed of the Eternal Life realm for 20 years, the Mud Blade slashed out. The sharpness of the blade cut through the starry sky of the universe, wanting to split the distance into 2. What a terrifying slash. It was on a completely different level compared to Ni Gue and Ni Bai. No wonder he was known as an existence second only to Ni Bi Luo. Lu Yin took a deep breath and teleported away. In the distance, Mud Blade was stunned. So fast. Teleportation. It was definitely teleportation. Otherwise, how could a scoundrel appear so far away in an instant? It couldn't do that. But how could this civilization teleport? Wasn't this the power of that strange bird? This was troublesome. With teleportation, Mud Blade couldn't catch him at all. Mud Blade stared at Lu Yin. No matter what, it had to chase. Lu Yin teleported again and again, but he couldn't completely escape from Mud Blade's perception. He was fishing for Mud Blade and bringing it away from the place where he killed Lan Mang. Lan Mang was dead, but the blue line was still there. That line was Lu Yin's target. As for Mud Blade, he was no match for it and didn't plan to fight. What about 8 Color? Why didn't she contact him? Lan Mang was dead. Now was the time. Lu Yin used mirroring to look at the place where Lan Mang had died and teleported closer. The void was constantly slashed, and the range of mud blade slashes was close to 100 years. The speed of an ordinary Eternal Life Realm powerhouse couldn't compare to Red Hero's, so naturally, it couldn't catch up with Lu Yin. Lu Yin arrived at the place where Lan Mang had died and looked at the broken hanging coffin and Lan Mang's corpse. Lan Mang had been talking not long ago, but now he was dead. An Eternal Life Realm powerhouse couldn't control his own life. Mudblade killed without hesitation and didn't care about karma at all. He thought that Lan Mang would be included. His divine power surged, and Lu Yin looked around the void and found it. The blue line shuttled through the starry sky. Lu Yin teleported and grabbed it. The blue line entered his body and went straight to the Divine Force planet. There were now 2 Divine Force planets in the starry sky of his heart. One was the original one, and the other was condensed to suppress the silver line. Now, Lu Yin needed to condense a 3rd Divine Force planet for this blue line. In the distance, Mudblade waved his 2 white blades and slashed at Lu Yin across the void. Lu Yin dodged and teleported several times to get close to Mudblade. When he was close enough, he said, "You killed Lan Mang first, and now you want to kill me. Aren't you afraid of karma binding you and making you unable to move?" Mudblade's voice was terrifyingly low. "I have plenty of time to sleep. Why don't you include Lan Mang as a civilization treasure?" "I don't know. I can't include him." Mudblade shouted, "Why can you teleport?" Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. "I come from Xianling." Mudblade was stunned. From Xianling. While it was stunned, Lu Yin teleported away. He was best at fishing in troubled waters. Now that he knew so many fishing civilizations, he could say that he came from the Death Universe next time. "If you don't believe me, I'll show you the bone language. It's easy to fool others after cultivating so much." Suddenly, he stopped. A slash flashed past his eyes, and at the same time, an arm appeared. Lu Yin looked at the arm. It was a human arm. He looked back. He couldn't see through the distance of 20 years, but he knew what he could see at this moment. It was the arm of the Mountain Sword Sect's ancestor. Mudblade was still controlling the Mountain Sword Sect's ancestor. In the distance, Mudblade's body was attached to the Mountain Sword Sect's ancestor's head. The ancestor's entire body was drenched in blood. One of his arms was gone, and his body was distorted as if it had no bones. It was extremely miserable. Red Hero had made Mudblade think that humans didn't care about their own race, so the unknown had easily rescued the Mountain Sword Sect's ancestor. However, since the Mountain Sword Sect's ancestor had been rescued, it meant that humans cared about their own race. This scoundrel was one of them. Mudblade couldn't catch up to Lu Yin anymore. He only needed to teleport 5 more times to completely shake it off. Since he couldn't catch up, he could only use the Mountain Sword Sect's ancestor to force it. It would be best if it succeeded, but if it didn't, he would retreat and Mudblade would attack. Of course, no one wanted this to happen. If Mudblade attacked, it would attract the attention of the unknown. Mudblade was waiting, but Lu Yin had already stopped. Would the scoundrel return? In the distance, Lu Yin looked at the arm and fell silent. Mudblade wasn't in a hurry to attack. The longer Lu Yin stayed silent, the more likely it would succeed. It was at this point that a door appeared, and an 8-colored voice sounded out, "Lu Yin, you may leave the battlefield. We've already won this battle. Mudwater Kingdom has no chance of turning defeat into victory. Raming is dead." "I know. War brings death. Why would Mudblade appear on this battlefield? There will be an investigation after this battle. Since it's here, I don't want it to return to Mudwater Kingdom alive. Are there any unknowns who can help me?" Mudblade's combat power is second only to Mudblade, and Mudwater Kingdom has already seen through this battle. As long as there are unknowns involved, Mudblade's karma will be bound to them. No unknowns are willing to risk the consequences of killing a Mudblade. This was within Lu Yin's expectations. There were too many karmic restraints when killing a Mudblade, especially when the Mudblade had 2 civilization treasures and 2 eternal realm cultivators. It could be said that killing a Mudblade would not just be a Mudblade, but also a civilization and other eternal realm cultivators. The price was simply too great. This was also the direct reason why Demao and the others asked for his help. Otherwise, the karma of an immortal realm wouldn't be enough to make them put down their pride and pay such a price. Mudwater Kingdom was a scoundrel, one who didn't even want to fight the unknowns. This battle is over, right? Lu Yin asked. Ba Se said, you could say that. Lu Yin sighed, I understand. Do you think I'm important to the unknowns? Every unknowns is important. 8 Color's voice was indifferent. Lu Yin laughed. She didn't even mention Lan Mang's death. Both were important and unimportant. If you're important, then help me if I'm in danger. With that, he teleported towards Mudblade. The Mountain Sword sect's ancestor had sacrificed too much for the human civilization. He knew that he wasn't Mudblade's opponent, but he still wanted to try. If he could save Lan Meng, then he would. If he couldn't, then he wouldn't regret it. After several teleportations, Lu Yin appeared not too far away from Mudblade. They stared at each other. You really care about your own race. Mudblade was excited, and its voice rose. It had succeeded. This scoundrel was going to die here. Lu Yin stared at Mudblade, I'll give you a choice. If you don't threaten me with humans, I can stay and fight with you. If you try to save him, then I'll leave right now. You won't be able to catch me. What right do you have to negotiate? What right do you have to threaten me? Ask him if he wants me to save him or if he wants me to leave. Mudblade slowly moved up, revealing the Mountain Sword sect's ancestor's mouth. Tell him to save you. The Mountain Sword sect's ancestor coughed a few times, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Tell me. Mudblade shouted. The Mountain Sword sect's ancestor laughed, but Mudblade was confused. Why was he laughing at a time like this? Lu Yin also laughed, but he clenched his fists. Nice, you even have a human inheritance. Judging from your voice, you're not that old. Chapter 43-45. Lu Yin bowed to the Mountain Sword sect elder, Junior Lu Yin, a descendant of the remnants of human civilization during the Nine Walls era. Oh, we're the same. We're also descendants of that group of Bates, but compared to you, we're much worse. Sorry for the trouble. Senior, please don't say that. You can go. I'm very happy that the human civilization still has a legacy. A civilization is not alone, and I'm willing to die. Thank you for being willing to come back. Young man. Mudblade shouted, shut up. His body covered the Mountain Sword sect elder's head. Lu Yin released his hand, and Go Lian appeared, pointing at Mudblade. Did you hear that? I can stay or I can go. Make a choice. Mudblade hesitated. Okay, let's see what you can do to save him. Then he threw the Mountain Sword sect elder into the Muddy Kingdom. He's there. Go save him. Lu Yin suddenly teleported and reappeared in the Muddy Kingdom. The ancestor of the Mountain Sword sect was right in front of him, but there was a long white blade beside him. It was one of Mudblade's twin swords. It was a civilization treasure that contained the Eternal Realm. The moment Lu Yin teleported, the white sword slashed horizontally. Lu Yin instinctively dodged the unparalleled sharpness. It was a choice he had to make when his life was in danger. He didn't even want to touch this kind of sharpness. The void was cut, and Mudblade appeared. Another white sword slashed down and across. The sky was divided into 4, and Lu Yin quickly teleported away. The slash spread infinitely, and Lu Yin teleported again and again to avoid it. He stared at the slash that was close to him, and the triple firmament sword will slashed out in reverse to collide with the slash. The triple firmament sword will didn't even have the slightest resistance and was directly cut off. Even though there was a saying that things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme, Lu Yin still didn't want to take the slash head-on. It wasn't as simple as its sharpness. This slash contained the laws of the universe. If he took it head-on, he might not be able to withstand it. Mud Blade's opponent was Red Hero. Against Red Hero, Teal Lotus Emperor, Boss, and his own teleportation weren't confident of victory. In the distance, slashes covered the sky, slashing towards the Muddy Kingdom in all directions. Is this how you save him? You can't even get close. Human civilization, don't make me look down on you. Lu Yin frowned. It sounded like Mudblade didn't know anything about human civilization, which meant that the Mudwater Nation hadn't fought against the Ninth Base civilization. The Nine Walls civilization was a long time ago, and there were very few civilizations that participated in it. It was impossible to meet them everywhere. If there were 10 fishing civilizations in the square inch, perhaps only 2 of them would besiege the Ninth Base civilization. The rest might not even know about the existence of the human civilization, which was normal. This probability was considered high by Lu Yin. The surface of his body continued to dry up. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. With the rogue in hand, he took a step forward and teleported directly into the country of mud and water. However, this time, he did not appear next to the patriarch of the Mountain Sword sect, but behind the Mud Blade. Actually, he didn't know which was in front and which was behind. God Investiture Catalog, Triple Firmament Sword Intent, Hidden Sword, Long River of Sword Dao. The white saber slashed down, and the sword will of the 3 firmament in the Sword Dao River could not withstand it and was directly cut apart. The entire Sword Dao River was cut apart. The Sword Dao River could not hurt the Mud Blade at all. Even the Ji River could cut apart the Sword Dao River, let alone the Mud Blade. What Lu Yin wanted was the Path Sword. He had joined the battlefield and fought against the country of mud and water, but he had not used the power of karma. He had kept it as a trump card, especially the Path Sword. He did not want the country of mud and water to know about it, but he had no other choice. The Path Sword was hidden within the Sword Dao River, and when the river was cut apart, the Path Sword swept past the white saber and slashed at the Mud Blade. The sword slashed out, but Mud Blade had never expected Lu Yin to have such a move up his sleeve. Lu Yin stared at Mud Blade's karma and slashed out. In an instant, the karma heavenly Dao suddenly condensed, and the Dao sword danced as it slashed down. Karma. The Mud Blade was shocked and quickly retreated. However, its karma was unable to retreat under the Path Sword. As the Path Sword slashed down, one of the Mud Blade's white sabers suddenly blurred. What Lu Yin had slashed was the karma of one of the Mud Blade's white sabers. That white saber contained the karma of a certain civilization and an eternal realm cultivator. Everything had to be severed, including the past, opportunities, memories, and experiences of that period. At the same time, Lu Yin reached out to grab the Mountain Sword sect's ancestor. He did not know which of the 2 white sabers would be severed, but his luck was good. It just so happened to be the saber beside the Mountain Sword sect's ancestor. Just as he was about to grab the Mountain Sword sect's ancestor, a crack suddenly spread out from his fingertip. Along with it, the entire void and the entire universe spread out endlessly. This was a world that could not be seen. Lu Yin's palm was cut apart, but his withered flesh continued to heal as blood covered his palm. He caught it and teleported away. His body disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already 20 years away from the Mud Blade. Lu Yin was ecstatic, but when he looked to the side, he saw that he had only caught an arm. It was the Mountain Sword sect's ancestor's other arm, and the mountain sword sex ancestor was still in his original position. Lu Yin's face went pale as he looked at the country of mud and water. At that moment, the mud blade had recovered. The path sword slash was not enough to completely destroy a civilization's treasure. The mud blade itself was much stronger than Lu Yin, and that treasure also contained an eternal life. Unless Lu Yin sacrificed the entire path of karma, he would not be able to destroy it. When he had used the path sword to destroy the immortal master's experience, he had sacrificed an eternal life's karma. That was the immortal master's own experience, and it had nothing to do with civilization or eternal life. One could imagine how much karma was needed to destroy a white saber. Even so, the path sword had still greatly reduced the power of one of the white sabers. The mud blade appeared beside the mountain sword sex ancestor, and the two white sabers revolved around him. He faced Lu Yin, and a cold aura spread out. Just now, when Lu Yin had withstood the void cracks, those cracks had also severed the mountain sword sex ancestor's arm, so he had been forced to teleport away with it. You said that he didn't need to threaten me. If it was a threat, it wouldn't have been an arm that was severed, the mud blade said. The mud blade spoke with a surprised tone. You've even comprehended the power of karma. I underestimated you, and you almost succeeded. Lu Yin's eyes darkened. It doesn't feel good to be slashed by karma. If you don't want your civilization's treasure to be destroyed, let him go. Otherwise, even if you win this battle, you won't be able to compare to the other 8 elders when you return to the country of mud and water. The mud blade sneered. Let's see how much karma you have. Don't regret it. Lu Yin teleported, and the void exploded. Endless cracks spread out as the slash approached from afar. Lu Yin kept teleporting, and the triple firmament sword will struck from all directions. He could not find a flaw, and every triple firmament sword will was severed by the white saber. This white saber could not be taken head-on. Lu Yin was afraid, but the mud blade was even more shocked. A scoundrel could actually fight with it for so long without being defeated. Although he relied on teleportation, it had injured this person with its invisible world, and this person had recovered. Logically speaking, although its invisible world was not as powerful as the slash of a civilization's treasure, it was still not something an ordinary Eternal Realm expert could withstand. This scoundrel had actually endured it. Whether it was movement, defense, or attack, this person could be regarded as invincible. If it was not for the fact that the mud blade was much stronger than him, it would not be a match for him at the same level. Thinking of this, the mud blade's murderous intent grew. This scoundrel was too great a threat to the country of mud and water. Among the 8 elders, no one could really ignore this threat except him and Nibiluo. Once he broke through to the Eternal Realm, he might be able to fight Nibiluo, and it would be even more impossible for the country of mud and water to defeat the unknown. He must kill him. Damn it, if it was not for teleportation, how could this person fight with him? Bang! There was a soft sound, and the triple firmament sword will landed on the back of the white saber. It could not be taken head-on, but it could cut through the back of the saber. The white saber flipped over and struck, and the triple firmament sword will was cut off. For the mud blade, cutting off the back of the saber did not mean much. It had 2 sabers, and the blade could protect the entire country of mud and water. But for Lu Yin, it was different. The scoundrel's first strike landed on the back of the saber, and there was a soft sound. When the white saber flipped over and slashed down, Lu Yin hurriedly pulled back the scoundrel. He could not take it head-on. Then he aimed at the back of the saber and slashed again. The mud blade thought that Lu Yin was struggling and wanted to break the white saber by slashing the back of the saber. It was ridiculous. The white saber was a weapon of civilization, and it also contained the power of the Eternal Realm. But then it felt that something was wrong. The greatest power of the Go Lien was the ability to enter the body. As the vitality continued to flow into the mud blade's body, the mud blade was surprised. The eternal realm is in line with the laws of the universe. Your weapon came from a dead eternal realm. Yes. Lu Yin slashed the back of the saber again. He focused on the white saber that had been blurred by the path sword. It did not matter if he could cut it or not. He would cut it first. Even the eternal realm could not withstand the surging vitality for a long time. It needed to resist. The mud blade also had to guard against Lu Yin's teleportation. No matter how small the threat was to it, it had to at least endure it. On this battlefield, any distraction was fatal. The mud blade had to reduce the number of attacks on Lu Yin to guard against the Go Lien slashing the back of the saber. But even so, it only slowed down the absorption of the vitality. As time passed, the vitality would continue to fill the mud blade's body until it could no longer ignore it. In this way, Lu Yin did not expect to defeat the mud blade. Even if all the vitality entered the mud blade's body, it was impossible to defeat it. All he wanted was a chance to save the mountain sword sect's ancestor. It was just a chance. In the universe's starry sky, cracks were everywhere. An invisible world, the heaven splitter. Lu Yin hurriedly teleported away. The moment the heaven splitter appeared, all the cracks converged toward the mud blade like water. Finally, they were attached to the two white sabers and slashed at Lu Yin from afar. Lu Yin dodged the slash and stared at the two white sabers. He could not slash the back of the saber, or else the Go Lien would be finished. This was the fusion of the world that the mud blade could not see with its own civilization's inheritance. Slashes came from afar, and Lu Yin kept dodging them. His mind was racing as he tried to think of a way to save the mountain sword sect's ancestor. Chapter 43-46. Mud blade definitely hadn't used his full strength yet. Facing his teleportation, it was waiting for an instant to kill him, just like how Lu Yin was waiting for an instant to save someone. No one could fail. Lu Yin observed for a while. Suddenly, he teleported to the side of Mud Blade and faced the slash of the white longsword while dodging. Karma again. Mud Blade was vigilant and slashed down with its longsword, but this sword contained very little karma. It was just Lu Yin's test. Next, he waved his hand slowly. Under the Karma Heavenly Way, a large number of Dao swords appeared and turned into a river of Dao swords that slashed towards Mud Blade. On the other side, the triple firmament sword will also turned into a river of Dao swords. Mud Blade hurriedly slashed to both sides with its two white long swords. Compared to the Dao swords, the triple firmament sword Will's river of Dao swords was far less threatening, but it didn't know where the real Dao swords were hidden. There were only one or two Dao swords that could threaten Mud Blade. It didn't believe that Lu Yin had that much karma. But even if there were only one or two, it had to find it first. Once it was slashed again, one of the white long swords would be weakened. Its position in Mud Country would be unstable. Strength reigned supreme everywhere. The two rivers of Dao swords suddenly separated and slashed towards Mud Blade from all directions. At the same time, Lu Yin held Go Lien tightly and white vitality surged out, directly turning into a visible vitality that went towards Mud Blade. Mud Blade faced the impact of the three forces and slashed wildly with its two white long swords. Whether it was the river of Dao swords or the vitality, they were all cut into pieces. No force could get close. Now, Lu Yin suddenly opened his celestial eye and the purple eye power enveloped the mountain sword sect elder. Bang! With a loud bang, the white longsword slashed on the outer eye incarnation but couldn't cut it. Mud Blade was shocked. Impossible. What blocked the white longswords was the 13 pieces of armor from Mahakala's 100 seals. This was something that even Elder Shan couldn't destroy easily. It was the ultimate strength of the Black Apocalypse civilization. Even Ni Biluo couldn't destroy it easily, let alone Mud Blade. No matter how strong Mud Blade's blade was, it couldn't surpass Elder Shan's. Luin grabbed the mountain sword sex patriarch and was about to teleport away, but the mountain sword sex patriarch dodged. His bloodied eyes stared at Luin, and he used all of his strength to evade. "Go," he said hoarsely. In front of Lu Yin's eyes, the mountain sword sex ancestor's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose suddenly poured out cement towards Luin. This scene was extremely familiar. Back then, Niwa had used the same trick to draw Lu Yin's portrait on paper. This was a move that the muddy country had collected from civilized creatures. It was a true legacy move. Luin teleported away. If he had touched the mountain sword sex ancestor, then the cement would have touched him, and he might have been drawn out. He tried his best to fight for this opportunity. This opportunity was actually what Mudblade wanted to give him, and it was also an opportunity for Mudblade himself. However, Mudblade didn't think that Luin would be able to use his own ability to create an opportunity. The more Luin could do it, the more he would let his guard down. Mudblade thought that he could draw Luin, but he didn't expect the mountain sword sex ancestor to ruin it. Mudblade was furious. The cement tore through the mountain sword sex ancestor's skin and flesh. "You're courting death." The mountain sword sex ancestor laughed bitterly. Enough. Luin, you're not immortal yet. To be able to do this, there's hope for the prosperity of human civilization. Ha ha ha. Go, don't worry about me. Go. Luin stared at Mudblade. "Let him go, and I'll fight you." "I won't run." Mudblade sneered. "You won't run." "I won't rest until I die." Luin was firm. Mudblade mocked, "Human civilization. You're more fragile than I thought. Emotions are the most useless thing. They're the barrier that prevents you from reaching the peak of the realm. You've reached this level, yet you're still hindered by emotions. How stupid. Unfortunately, I don't believe you." Whoosh. With a soft sound, the mountain sword sex ancestor, who had been collected into the painting, pointed at Luin. "I suddenly realized that since you care about him so much, then use him as your opponent. If you have the ability, then take him away. This isn't a threat." Lu Yin's eyes were as deep as the sea. He stared at Mudblade, his hand holding Go Lien trembling. "What, are you afraid? You can leave if you want." Mudblade sneered and slashed down, tearing apart the sky and covering the world. Luin watched the attack approach and teleported away. When he reappeared, he was right in front of Mudblade. He clenched his left hand into a fist and punched out. In front of him, the mountain sword sex ancestor's white sword was suddenly blocked. Lu Yin's fist was hurriedly deflected, but behind him, two white swords slashed down. With a bang, Lu Yin's body fell rapidly. He spat out a mouthful of blood. If he hadn't used the Mahakala sealing mirror to block it at the critical moment, his body would have been torn apart. Mudblade controlled the three white swords to slash at Luin. At this point, it didn't believe that Luin would save someone who was about to die. Since that was the case, it would kill him by force. Even if he wanted to run, the battle wasn't over yet. Luin kept dodging the white swords, and every time he counterattacked, he would face the mountain sword sex ancestor's folded swords. His attacks would break and shatter the swords, and then the mountain sword sex ancestor would die. He couldn't counterattack, and he couldn't escape even if he wanted to save someone. Luin was in a desperate situation. He had teleportation, hidden raven fixation, and various other powers, but he was helpless at this moment. The sky was like a piece of paper under the sharp blade, and his body wasn't much better off. Luin kept dodging the attacks, his gaze fixed on the mountain sword sex ancestor's white sword. Hiss. He avoided the swords, but he couldn't avoid the invisible world. His body was cut into bloody wounds, and he could only teleport far away and then teleport again, constantly looking for an opportunity. As time passed, more and more wounds appeared on his body. Neither the Celestial Eye's external avatar nor the Path Sword could find an opportunity. Mudblade's control of the three white swords grew smoother, and it slashed at the void far away. Luin struggled like a drowning man, and his sword Dao River appeared once more. Mudblade slashed at the mountain sword Sek's ancestors' folded white sword, shattering the river. This river originated from karma, and most of it was minor karma. Even so, Luin didn't want to clash with the mountain sword Sek's ancestors' folded white sword. Mudblade's attacks grew wilder and wilder, and the invisible world descended once more. Luin hurriedly dodged, but his body was still cut into several bloody wounds. When things reached an extreme, they could only be reversed. Mudblade couldn't figure out why Luin hadn't fled yet. It obviously didn't want him to, but if it were Luin, there was no point in continuing to fight. Karma might be able to erase the white sword, but it couldn't take it away. But even if Luin hadn't fled, it would be difficult for Mudblade to kill him. Teleportation was too disgusting. If Mudblade had threatened the mountain sword Sek's ancestors' life, Luin would have left immediately, because there was no point. But now, Mudblade could slowly grind Luin to death. This was especially true as it waited for Nibiluo's arrival. It couldn't kill a powerhouse who could teleport, so it could only use Mudblade. Luin teleported once more to appear in front of the Mudblade, and the three white blades slashed down. Lu Yin's gaze was fierce and resolute as he unleashed all of the energy he had absorbed when he reached an extreme. He punched out at the Mudblade, and to his side was his external eye avatar, which had 13 pieces of black armor. Mudblade was apprehensive. Luin had a way to defend against its attacks, and it was precisely this avatar that had blocked it more than once. It couldn't figure out how such a rascal's power could block its attacks, but seeing Luin constantly dodge, it guessed that even if this power could block its attacks, it wouldn't be able to do so too often. This rascal didn't really have a way to defend against its attacks. What it didn't know was that Luin didn't want to use his avatar to block the attacks, but he was afraid that it would be discovered that the only thing that could block the attacks were the 13 pieces of armor. It wouldn't be seen through once or twice, but it would definitely be seen through if it happened too often. This was the only power he could use to block the attacks head-on and counterattack. Luin wanted to use it as little as possible. Bang! Bang! There were 3 loud bangs as the white sword slashed down, but they were blocked by the 13 pieces of armor. Even so, Luin was still shaken to the point of vomiting blood. He endured the injury and punched out. The Mudblade released an invisible world, and countless cracks converged to form a 4th attack that collided with Lu Yin's power. Lu Yin's power was forcefully torn apart. Strength and attacks were 2 different concepts, and the Mudblade couldn't block Lu Yin's power. However, that was only possible if the power could hit it. With his power torn apart, Mudblade slashed straight at Luin. At the same time, the 3 white swords slashed down again. Unless Luin teleported away, this rascal would be cut to pieces. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Now was the time to merge karma. The karma that had been scattered from the Sword Dao River faced the Mudblade and created karma. Karma creation was one of the methods he had comprehended. The first time he had comprehended it, it had helped him escape from the claws of the hexagonal Eternal Realm monster. Now, he was using it again in the face of the powerful Mudblade. Creating karma wasn't a killing power, but to Luin right now, it was a killing power. Luin turned around and reached out to grab the Elder's folded white blade. His arm was covered with 13 pieces of black armor, but the rest of his body was not covered by the armor. Just as the other 2 white blades were about to land on him, the 4th slash from the Mudblade swept past Luin and collided with the 2 white blades. There was a loud boom, and the void was completely cut apart. It was as fragile as tofu, and the void was cut into several pieces. Lu Yin's arm took the blow from the mountain sword sect's elder's folded white sword. The black armor shook, and the blood vessels tore his arm apart. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. He caught the white sword that the mountain sword sect's elder had transformed into. He teleported away. The mud blade stared blankly at the white sword that had been snatched away. What happened? Its fourth attack with the invisible world was clearly aimed at Lu Yin. Why did it deviate? Why did it slash at the other two swords? Lu Yin looked up and saw the elder panting heavily. The white sword in his hand had returned to the mountain sword sect's elder. Lu Yin supported the mountain sword sect's elder and smiled at the mud blade. He had done it. In fact, he had never planned to save the mountain sword sect's elder before he was folded into a civilization artifact. He was facing the Mud Kingdom, and the mountain sword sect's elder was controlled by the mud blade. It was obvious that the mud blade could draw him out at any time and then erase him. The mud doll had used this trick on him before. Even if he had saved the mountain sword sect's elder before, once the mud blade erased him, the mountain sword sect's elder would be dead. Thus, the only way to save the mountain sword sect's elder was to be captured by the mud blade, fold him into a civilization artifact, and then take it away. Chapter 43-47. The ancestor of the mountain sword sect had already been folded into a civilization treasure, so it was impossible for the mud blade to draw him out again. Even if the ancestor of the mountain sword sect was saved and recovered, it would not be able to do it. Unless the ancestor of the mountain sword sect was caught and covered in cement again. No talent was invincible. The stronger the talent, the more restrictions there were. The inheritance of the Mud Kingdom also had its restrictions. Otherwise, anything that was touched by the cement would be drawn out. The Mud Kingdom would have been invincible long ago. If it couldn't beat it, it would run away and hide in a corner to draw the enemy's image. The Mud Kingdom did not have this ability. Therefore, from the beginning, the mud blade let Lu Yin save it. It was to prepare a trap for Lu Yin. A trap specially designed to deal with teleportation. It hoped that Lu Yin could save the ancestor of the mountain sword sect at that time, but it could not be saved too easily. If it was fake, Lu Yin would be vigilant. Lu Yin had to think of a way to save the ancestor of the mountain sword sect, forcing the ancestor of the mountain sword sect to be folded into a civilization treasure, waiting for the moment to be saved. Therefore, even if the ancestor of the mountain sword sect did not avoid Lu Yin would be wary of the mud blade's talent and would not be touched by the cement. In a battle of life and death, it was a battle of strength and brains. The mud blade was not stupid. It set up traps step by step. Although Lu Yin was young, his battle experience and knowledge of the Mud Kingdom gave him the possibility to deal with it. In the end, he saved the ancestor of the mountain sword sect. Looking at the mud blade, Lu Yin did not say anything. He directly teleported with the ancestor of the mountain sword sect. Let's get away from the mud blade first. The mud blade was angry. It did not know that Lu Yin had seen through it from the beginning. It only thought that Lu Yin had used karma to plot against it at the critical moment, using its own strength to stop its slash. It was not willing. It was not willing. Lu Yin teleported again and again. After 5 consecutive teleportations, he left the mud blade's attack range. Senior, how are you? Junior will send you to Mount Supreme to recuperate. There are also Eternal Life Realm experts there to help you heal. Just as he was about to do so, he was stopped by the ancestor of the Mountain Sword sect. The ancestor of the Mountain Sword sect had lost his arms and could only rely on Lu Yin. He said in a hoarse voice, "Run. Don't worry about me. You can't run with me. Senior, we've already escaped." No. The ancestor of the Mountain Sword sect looked at Lu Yin vaguely and said urgently, "I have its power in my body. Run, run." Who? Before he could finish speaking, the heavens were overturned, and a suffocating pressure suddenly descended. Lu Yin looked past the mountain sword sect's ancestor and into the distance. At some point in time, a huge kingdom of muddy water had appeared, the largest one he had ever seen. Far surpassed the mud blades. If Clay Blade's muddy water country was a city, then this muddy water country was a star. As far as his eyes could see, there seemed to be a pair of eyes within the mud-water kingdom that met his gaze. With a bang, the mirror light technique shattered, and Lu Yin retreated several steps in shock. Not good, it's the Nibby lock. A single glance was enough to shatter the mirror light technique. He grabbed the mountain sword sect's ancestor and teleported away. Even though the mirror light technique had been shattered, his celestial eye could still see a distance that was equivalent to 20 years of traveling at the speed of an eternal realm cultivator. Lu Yin blade swords Lulu Lu Yin blade to lose, Lulu Lulu, Lulu Lulu was. Mountain. Lu at this moment, he recalled what old ancestor Shan had said. Teleportation was not invincible. When faced with certain existences, one could not even escape. He couldn't escape. At this moment, he knew that he couldn't escape. The paper was like a soul-sucking rope. It was getting closer. Lu Yin's face went pale. How much did the mountain sword sect pay to deal with someone who wasn't even in the eternal realm? Not only did the mud blade attack, but they also lured Lu over. They didn't care about the outcome of the battle, they only cared about themselves. Just as the paper was about to fall, a voice came from afar. You owe me a life, kid. Lu Yin looked over. Old man. Whoosh. Within the universe, heaven and earth were split into two, and a long river appeared. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Was that the river of time? 1, 2, 3. He didn't know how many rivers of time gushed out from different directions, like water dragons crashing down the paper bridge, scattering the papers in all directions. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. He couldn't care less about what kind of creature the old man was. Teleportation was very fast, and a single instant was enough. This was considered fast for a normal person, but on this battlefield, every single instant was a luxury. After teleporting several times, a sense of horror followed him like a shadow. He turned around and saw a faintly discernible surging river. Could that be the river of time? Before he could see it clearly, two beams of light appeared. Mud blade. Lu Yin's expression changed. The mud blade slashed at the white sword, blocking Lu Yin's path. He had no choice but to teleport away. He could escape Lulu's range if he went straight, but changing directions was different. He would only move within Lulu's range. You can't escape. Die. The mud blade slashed at the white sword. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and kept teleporting. The mountain sword sect's ancestor said, "Let me go, Lu Yin. You can't escape with me." Lu Yin kept teleporting. The mud blade was using Lulu's power to keep up with his teleportation, forcing him to constantly change his destination. Child, the human legacy needs you. I'm already old. Let me go and leave. Lu Yin dodged the attack and teleported away. Lu Yin, the big picture is more important, the ancestor shouted. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. Many people's lives are gambled. In this area, there's no creature that can remain unscathed. Every species, even fishing civilizations, have to gamble. They have to gamble that they can survive and that they can pass on their legacies. Senior, I've gambled many times. What's so important about the big picture? Either you lose, or you don't dare to gamble. I'm betting my life on tomorrow. Mere cement can't kill me. The mountain sword sect's ancestor looked at Lu Yin's resolute gaze and thought back to the first half of his life. He suddenly understood why the human civilization he had led had been defeated. He had been afraid of the destruction of his legacy and the extinction of humanity, so he had retreated time and time again. He had not dared to gamble, which was why he had lost. He had lost in his own universe, and he had also lost in this area. He would rather sacrifice himself than let Luin gamble, but Luin had not only gambled with his own life, but also with his faith. The mountain sword sect's ancestor wasn't wrong. If he lost once, his human civilization would be gone. It could only be said that the world had changed, and his luck couldn't suppress destiny. He looked at Lu Yin's gaze. This child's luck could definitely suppress destiny. Lu Yin didn't know what the mountain sword sect's ancestor was thinking. He only knew that he couldn't give up on this old man who had sacrificed everything for the human legacy. At this moment, he didn't care about benefits or losses. The mud blade continued to attack. How long can you hide? You don't know. We've already won this war, but only one person is helping you. You've been abandoned. I'll give you a chance. Join my country of mud, and I won't kill you. Lu Yin really wanted to send the mountain sword sect's ancestor to Mount Supreme. It would be easier to escape that way, but he could only hope. He didn't have any chance, not even for a moment. Hearing the mud blade's words, Lu Yin looked back in confusion. Anyone who had the upper hand would try to persuade him to surrender. What kind of species was this? Joint cement. What a joke. Did he really think he couldn't escape? Lu Yin stared at the mud blade. If it wasn't for Nibiluo, he would have already used Crow to control the blade. However, it was useless. Even if he controlled the blade, he couldn't escape from Nibiluo's range. The difference was too great. He could only wait for the old man to finish his battle. Far away, beyond his line of sight, Lu Yin didn't know how the battle between Nibiluo and the old man was going. He didn't think that the old man would be able to fight Nibiluo head-on. The old man's strength was beyond his expectations. He thought it was on the same level as Demao. Demao couldn't fight Nibiluo at all. The unknown was too deep. Generally speaking, shouldn't experts like the old man be taciturn? He was the most talkative and the most disgusting. Time continued to pass. As long as the mud blade didn't stop chasing, it meant that Nibiluo's range hadn't disappeared. Not long after, the mud blade suddenly disappeared. Lu Yin looked back and saw that the mud blade was still there. It didn't chase after him. Was the battle between the old man and Nibiluo over? Suddenly, Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine as a strange and terrifying killing intent descended from the heavens. He immediately teleported away, but a trident appeared in front of him and approached him with a cold glint. Lu Yin stared at the trident. Was this Nibiluo's weapon? The Nibiluo trident was an artifact of 3 civilizations and 3 eternal realms. Lu Yin had never thought that he would face this weapon head-on. The trident's tip locked onto him, and he couldn't teleport away. Everything around him was pushed aside, and space itself collapsed. At this moment, Lu Yin's mind went blank. There was nothing he could do to resist. His body was pushed aside, and the mountain sword sect's ancestor rushed forward to crash into the trident. Lu Yin's pupils shrank as he stared blankly at the trident piercing through the ancestor's body. Blood splattered across space as the void collapsed. The mountain sword sect's ancestor's body suddenly disintegrated, leaving nothing behind. All that was left for Lu Yin was his resolute back. Without saying anything, he vanished into thin air in an instant. The trident paused as the river swept over and knocked it aside. The old man's voice rang out, "I was careless, but you're lucky you didn't die." Lu Yin looked ahead and saw the river of time as well as the trident in the distance. He hadn't died, but the mountain sword sect's ancestor had. Had he won the gamble with his life, or had he lost the gamble with the ancestors? "I'll send you away. Remember, kid, you owe me a life." Lu Yin clenched his fists. "Wait. He then teleported into the distance, right in front of Mudblade. Mudblade was stunned, not expecting Lu Yin to appear so suddenly. Lu Yin raised his arm, which was covered in armor, and grabbed a long white blade. His gaze was serene and terrifying. "Send me away." Time and space flowed, and all Lu Yin saw was gray. He heard the sound of the river, and when he opened his eyes again, there was only Mudblade and an unfamiliar starry sky. He and Mudblade had both been sent away. Lu Yin didn't know where they were sent, but he knew that he had to avenge the Mountain Sword Sect's ancestor. At the very least, he had to kill Mudblade. Chapter 43-48. Bang! There was a loud bang as Lu Yin attacked. Mudblade was caught off guard and was knocked back by a punch. Mudblade swung towards Lu Yin. "You're courting death." Lu Yin teleported away, using Heaven's Eye to suppress all life. The purple pressure suddenly appeared, but Mudblade ignored it. The difference was too great. The Mudblade was equivalent to an eternal life realm powerhouse who conformed to two laws. The two white long blades were extremely sharp. Without the black scales, Lu Yin wouldn't even dare to touch the edge. Mudblade's defense was also extremely strong. Mudblade dodged the Karma Sword, and the Sword River was split in two. Go Lien couldn't even touch the white blades that used Skysplitter. Lu Yin attacked again and again, but they all shattered under the edge. Mudblade couldn't wait for Lu Yin to fight it to the death. No matter how strong this rascal was, could he surpass it? That was impossible. Lu Yin stared at Mudblade with Heaven's Eye as his body constantly withered and recovered. He continued to absorb energy until it was completely absorbed. He teleported and appeared in front of Mudblade, Crow Immobilization. Crow Immobilization required eye contact. Mudblade's eyes couldn't be seen. However, it was definitely staring at Lu Yin. Unless he was prepared for Crow Immobilization in advance. Mudblade suddenly froze. It couldn't move. With Lu Yin's eye as the starting point and Mudblade as the ending point, it was covered with strange black lines that froze space. How was this possible? What kind of power was this? It could actually control itself. Lu Yin leaped in front of Mudblade, clenched his fist, and released all of his strength. Boom! There was a loud bang as Mudblade's body was bent, and the cement surface was torn apart. A surging power burst out from behind Mudblade, shattering the void and distorting the starry sky visible to the naked eye. Finally, it turned into a terrifying force that twisted in all directions until it reached a great distance. Lu Yin looked up and stared at Mudblade. Mudblade's body hadn't been penetrated, so this punch couldn't kill it. Instead, it had pushed Mudblade out of Crow Immobilization's range. Although Mudblade wasn't heavily injured, it was still shocked. This was the first time Lu Yin had heard it, and that Crow Immobilization was especially frightening. What kind of power was this? The white blade slashed down. Lu Yin dodged. It wasn't heavily injured. Alright, if the first time didn't work, then the second time. If the second time didn't work, then the third time. He didn't believe that he couldn't break the mud blade. Beneath the starry sky, Lu Yin and Clay Blade crossed paths. He was absorbing the power of the extreme, and the Clay Blade was wary of Zhuiya's immobilization. It constantly slashed at Lu Yin, but some of its attacks were blocked by the external eye avatars, and it was unable to break through the avatars. Lu Yin also unleashed his second attack, Crow Immobilize. He controlled the mud blade and punched out with all his strength, causing even more cracks to appear on the mud blade's body. However, it would take a long time for the mud blade to completely penetrate through. The door suddenly appeared, and 8-Colored's voice sounded, "Lu Yin, the war is about to end." Lu Yin's eyes turned red. "Wait until I kill Mud Blade. The war is about to end." There's no need for that. Wait for me to kill Mudblade. Mudblade sneered, kill me. Dream on, do you really think that I will be killed by your power? You don't understand the difference between us. It's a pity that the war has ended. Otherwise, I would want to kill you too. Luin stared fixedly at the Mudblade as he continued to absorb the power of the backlash effect. There was no time left, and he did not know what would happen once the war ended. If he was right, the end of the war would come from Ni Beluo. Mudblade was taken away by him, and Ni Beluo had to deal with the old man. It had no time to care about the other unknowns, and it was afraid that Mudblade would be killed. The unknowns themselves did not want to fight to the death with Mudwater Kingdom. After all, Mudwater Kingdom's characteristics meant that once entangled, it would be troublesome. Ni Beluo could at least kill one of the unknowns. However, he had to kill Mudblade to appease the spirit of the Mountain Sword Sect's ancestor in heaven. Thinking of this, he released the starry sky in his heart. The 3 divine stars rotated, and 3 lines of red, silver, and blue appeared, intertwining with each other. A terrifying divine power that Luin had never experienced before erupted and rushed into his body. The surging divine power instantly drowned Lu Yin's mind. Previously, Luin could not control the red and silver lines, but now, there were 3. When the divine power surged into his body, Luin roared to the sky. His eyes were filled with dazzling light, and his pupils could not be seen. In his mouth, a rainbow of divine power pierced through the starry sky and rushed straight up, turning into a tricolored divine power that sprinkled down. Luin himself was immersed in a tricolored cloud, which was the materialization of his divine power. It was boiling and surging like a cocoon, gestating. Mudblade was stunned and stared at Luin. What did this rascal do? The release of divine power just now had made him feel a chill. Looking at Luin in the cloud of divine power, he actually felt a sense of dread. No, although he did not know what this rascal had done, he could not let him succeed. Thinking of this, Mudblade slashed forward, cutting through the cloud of divine power. The blade pressed down on the divine power and cut into Lu Yin's body, but it could not cut through. Mudblade was aghast. Impossible. A mere rascal had actually withstood the slash of his civilization's weapon, which was compatible with the laws of the universe. Impossible. Luin had clearly not dared to touch the blade before. How could this be? The white long sword slashed down once more, continuously brandishing as it tore at Lu Yin's body. However, it was unable to completely sever his body. Every slash left a deep gash on Lu Yin's body, and fresh blood flowed from the wounds and quickly dyed his entire body red. Lu Yin was still shrouded in the God Force clouds. His God Force changed from red to silver, from silver to blue, and from blue to red. It kept changing colors until finally, all 3 colors appeared. Lu Yin opened his scarlet eyes and let out a loud roar. His God Force exploded and repelled the Mudblade. Mudblade stared at Lu Yin vigilantly. Beside him, the 2 white blades faced each other from a distance. For the first time, he felt pressure from Lu Yin. At this moment, Lu Yin, who appeared in front of Mudblade, had completely changed. His eyes were scarlet, and a black line drooped down from his left eye. His hair was red, silver, and blue, and his sea of qi was churning like a fog. A 3-colored world appeared behind him, as if he had walked out of another world. His sleeves were shattered, and 3-colored ferocious stripes appeared on his arms. A 3-colored cloud appeared on his chest. His whole person seemed to have walked out of a sea of blood. With himself as the center, 3-colored light spread out in all directions. The ripples caused the void to fluctuate, forming a vertical 3-colored lake. At this moment, Lu Yin made Mudblade feel like he was facing a monster. Although Lu Yin was not in the eternal realm, he was like a collection of divine power. Mudblade waved its white blade and slashed at Lu Yin. No matter what he was, he would shatter it all. Without the cocoon just now, he would like to see how Luin could block it. The white long sword slashed straight at Luin, and under Clay Blade's surprised gaze, it slashed at Lu Yin's shoulders. Clay Blade didn't try to block it, and the result was the same as before. Lu Yin raised his hand and struck at Clay Blade from afar. Tricolored divine power wrapped around his fingers and blasted out in the form of a light beam. Mud Blade hurriedly dodged, and the three-colored divine power swept past him, blasting the void into boundless darkness. Then, Lu Yin waved his hand and the three-colored divine power beam moved horizontally, cutting the entire void. Mud Blade could not dodge in time and was bombarded by the tricolored godly power. Its body was dented just like when Lu Yin had used extreme matter must reflect to release all of its power. It felt like it was being torn apart, and it hurriedly controlled its blade to slash at Lu Yin's neck. At this moment, Lu Yin's consciousness was filled with killing intent and was almost drowned. He didn't have any combat habits and didn't even predict or avoid danger. His neck was slashed by the long blade, but the head that Mud Blade expected did not appear. Lu Yin stared at Mud Blade and shot out another beam of divine power. The beam bombarded the void, and Mud Blade couldn't completely avoid it no matter how hard it tried. It was very familiar with this scene. When the enemy dodged its blade, it couldn't take it head-on and could only dodge. However, it didn't teleport and was hit again in the blink of an eye. Then, it was bombarded by the three-colored divine power, and its body was forced back step by step. At the same time, it controlled the long blade to slash at Lu Yin, but Lu Yin didn't retreat and rushed towards it. His body was constantly cut by the long blade, and blood spilled in the starry sky. Mud Blade didn't have it any better as the divine power finally penetrated its body. Lu Yin couldn't penetrate it with his strongest strength, but now, it was torn apart by the divine power. Mud Blade couldn't withstand it and hurriedly withdrew its long blade to resist Lu Yin's divine power bombardment. The beam of divine power bombarded the white long sword and pressed it down. He teleported and appeared in front of Mud Blade. He kicked out and used his divine power to suppress the long sword. He could not move his hands, but he still had his feet. Mud Blade was kicked away, but it wasn't enough. It was far from enough. Lu Yin's consciousness was completely blurred, but he knew that he had to kill this enemy. This enemy was his only goal. He kicked out again and stomped down hard on Mud Blade's body, madly pressing it down. Mud Blade roared and covered Lu Yin with cement. Lu Yin didn't have any thoughts of dodging and let the cement cover him. He kicked out fiercely and scattered the cement. Mud Blade was heavily injured again, but it also took the opportunity to cover Lu Yin and withdraw its long blade. Divine power came in an instant, and in front of Mud Blade's eyes, the long blade overlapped to block. With a bang, Mud Blade's body was sent flying. Lu Yin didn't give it any chance to rest. He raised his hand and continuously bombarded it with divine power. Mud Blade used its two blades to block while taking out a piece of white paper to draw Lu Yin and then erased it. It looked again. Ha! Why wasn't it affected? Mud Blade couldn't believe it. It clearly drew Lu Yin, so how could it not be affected by erasing it? It wasn't that it didn't affect Lu Yin, but rather the divine power. At this moment, it couldn't tell whether it was fighting against Lu Yin or his godly power. The godly power covered Lu Yin and nurtured the current Lu Yin. Lu Yin controlled the godly power, and the Mud Blade felt quite good. It was facing a monster formed from an unknown tricolored godly power. Bang! The white paper was pierced, and Mud Blade was stunned. It looked at Lu Yin as the divine power descended and the long blade slashed down. It barely managed to cut through half of the beam, but the remaining half still sent it flying. Lu Yin growled and teleported close to Mud Blade. He punched out, but it was blocked by the long blade. In front of him, another long blade slashed down and tore through Mud Blade's body. Lu Yin's other fist also hit Mud Blade and tore its body apart. This was a chaotic battle, exchanging injury for injury. Lu Yin didn't feel any pain at all. His body was constantly recovering and withering. This was his instinct. However, Mud Blade didn't want to fight like this. Lu Yin's killing was only instinct, but Mud Blade was different. When the blade couldn't threaten Lu Yin's life, Mud Blade's advantage over Lu Yin was completely gone. At this moment, Mud Blade wanted to leave. This battle wasn't what it wanted. At this moment, Lu Yin wasn't the opponent it wanted. Chapter 43-49. However, it was impossible for it to escape. It allowed the sword to slash at its body as Lu Yin firmly suppressed it and continuously tore its body apart. Inch by inch, inch by inch, inch by inch, since the beginning of this war, Mud Blade had never suffered such injuries when facing Red Hero. At this moment, it really experienced the feeling of approaching death. It didn't want to die here. Sky Splitter. The invisible world shattered the void. Countless cracks converged and approached Mud Blade. Lu Yin clenched his fists. He roared at the sky. Divine power was released and turned into a circle that continued to spread. The tricolored divine power was extremely overbearing and repelled Sky Splitter for a while. Lu Yin was too close to Mud Blade. Mud Blade wanted to absorb all the cracks in the void to complete the strongest slash. This slash was used by Lu Yin to slash its own two white long swords. It was not weak in a 1 versus 2 situation. It had also cut off Lu Yin's strongest power before. However, at this moment, it couldn't even gather and was repelled by the tricolored divine power. Mud Blade was shocked. It merged the only cracks that had gathered and slashed with the dual swords. The dual swords slashed into Lu Yin's chest. It penetrated the bone. Lu Yin suddenly grabbed the dual swords with both hands. Divine power boiled. He suddenly exerted force on the surface of his body. When things reach an extreme, all the absorbed power was released. Crack. There was a shattering sound, and cracks spread from the white long swords. Finally, it shattered under the shock of Mud Blade. Mud Blade couldn't believe that its own civilization treasure, which contained civilization and the eternal realm, was crushed. Grabbing the fragments of the dual swords, Lu Yin rushed to Mud Blade. The fragment streaked across and tore Mud Blade's body. His arms were like sharp blades, constantly waving and cutting Mud Blade's body. Mud Blade could only retreat, but its speed was far less than Lu Yin's. It couldn't avoid Lu Yin's teleportation. "You forced me to do this." Mud Blade roared, and its cement-like body suddenly twisted into the shape of a sword. Heartless Blade Realm. Mud Blade turned itself into a long sword, collecting itself as a civilization treasure, and slashed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his hand, and the white long sword fragments were directly turned into powder by the sharp edge. Mud Blade slashed from top to bottom. Suddenly, it stopped. It was Lu Yin's celestial eye, crow immobilization. Mud Blade forgot that Lu Yin had this move. It had to pay a huge price to use the Heartless Blade Realm. Absorbing itself was equivalent to abandoning the laws of the universe. This move could make the slash reach its strongest state, but it would also make it extremely weak after the battle. It had never thought that it would have to use this move on a creature that was not even in the eternal life realm. They also felt the overbearing power of the three-colored divine power. It was as if the entire area was filled with it. They looked at Lu Yin. "I'll have to trouble the two of you to protect Mud Blade. It's a pool of cement. It has been severely injured. Don't let it escape," Lu Yin reminded. Master Qing Chao looked at Mud Blade. Mud Blade was half dead. It couldn't escape even if it wanted to, okay? With Master Ching Chao and Heaven-bearer Eternity guarding him, as long as he didn't encounter any of the top 8 elders of Mudwater Kingdom, Lu Yin could deal with the backlash without worry. Time passed slowly, but the end of the war didn't appear. Perhaps Mudwater Kingdom was waiting for Mudblade. If Mudblade didn't return, the war wouldn't end. But they didn't know that Mudblade couldn't return. As soon as Mud Doll appeared, it was scared away by Master Ching Chao and Heaven-bearer Eternity. No one knew if it had seen Mudblade's miserable state. Heaven-bearer Eternity glanced at Lu Yin from time to time. This monster. He had just tried to use the spatial quagmire to touch the remaining cracks in the void, but the quagmire was torn apart as soon as it touched it. This was the remnant power that could disappear at any time. One could imagine how dangerous this battle would be. This Lu Yin wasn't even an eternal realm cultivator. This monster was too terrifying. A few days later, Lu Yin separated the 3 divine powers and let the 3 lines return to their respective planets. He opened his eyes and exhaled heavily. The overbearing feeling that Master Ching Chao and Heaven-bearer Eternity felt disappeared. It was the overbearing power of divine power. Why hadn't 8 colors appeared yet? Was the war not over yet? Lu Yin coughed, and Ming Yan appeared beside him to support him. She looked at him with heartache. Lu Yin smiled weakly. "I'm fine." Ming Yan nodded. Needless to say, she was now one with Lu Yin. If Lu Yin died, she wouldn't be able to live either. Thus, there was no need to advise Lu Yin to be careful. It was fine as long as they were together. This was her only way out. Lu Yin let Ming Yan return to the Divine Seal catalog and looked at himself. He was really pitiful. His body was covered in cuts and blood. Although he had experienced many life and death situations since he stepped onto the path of cultivation, it was rare for him to be in such a miserable state. He touched both sides of his neck and felt a lingering fear. He had almost been cut in half. This was the worst thing about the divine power transformation. His mind would be submerged, and he wouldn't know how to defend or dodge. If Mudblade's attack had been a bit stronger, it wouldn't have mattered even if his head had been cut off. Just a bit more. With such heavy injuries, he would need to recover for a while. He looked at Mudblade and approached. Master Ching Chao and Heaven-bearer Eternity looked on. "Mudblade, I won't let you go." Mudblade's voice was low and hoarse. It was extremely weak. Lu Yin nodded. "I won't let it go either. I'll definitely make it pay for the Mountain Sword Sect's ancestor." "You?" Mudblade mocked. Lu Yin said, "You seem to have the same attitude before the battle." He didn't wait for Mudblade's rebuttal and kicked it into the general appointment platform hell. The battle with Mudblade had consumed too much karma. It was just the right time to replenish it. As he watched the karma heavenly Tao surge, Lu Yin sat down in exhaustion and looked at the grass grandmaster. "Can you contact 8 colors?" Master Ching Chao shook his head. "I can't." Lu Yin closed his eyes and healed while waiting for Mudblade's karma to increase. Time passed day by day. And the paper bridge disappeared. Far away, in a huge country of mud, the 8 elders gathered. However, one was missing, and it was Mudblade. "What? Mudblade hasn't returned." "Impossible." "How is that possible? Are they crazy? How dare they kill Mudblade? Aren't they afraid of karma?" Ni Biluo's voice sounded. "Mudblade was defeated by that rogue. We don't know if it's dead or alive." Ni Biluo's voice sounded. The unknown injured Mudblade himself and then gave it to that rogue to kill. Despicable. That shouldn't be the case. Mudblade isn't stupid. We already know that there is such a powerful rogue existence. Whenever we fight with the unknown, karma will be determined first, so after the previous gathering, the unknown is already unwilling to fight with us, let alone seriously injure Mudblade. With Mudblade's strength, it's impossible to injure it without being karma designated by it. Nibiluo said. From the beginning to the end, there was no other unknown to deal with Mudblade. The one who defeated Mudblade was that rogue. Nibiluo and the other elders were shocked. That rogue defeated Mudblade alone. Yes. How is that possible? No one believed it. They knew Mudblade's strength too well. Not to mention Mudblade itself, that rogue wasn't even in the eternal realm. How could he defeat Mudblade? Mudblade had 2 eternal realm experts, which was equivalent to conforming to the laws of the universe. Of course, this equivalent referred to close, not equal. Even so, it was already very powerful. If an unknown wanted to fight Mudblade, it had to be in existence that conformed to the laws of the universe. Otherwise, Mudblade would be able to kill it at the same level. This was the rogue characteristic of their country of mud. The enemies they faced had always been 1 level higher than them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to escape their pursuit at all. Since when could creatures of a lower level kill them? Especially when they were more than 1 level lower. They were so low that there was no end to it. If that was the case, they couldn't imagine when there had been such a huge disparity between the 2 sides. Chapter 4350. Luyin was still recovering when the door opened and 8-Color's voice came out, "Luyin. The war is over." Luyin opened his eyes and looked at the door, not fighting anymore. "It's over. We won." This was expected. Luyin asked, "Nibiluo didn't plan to kill me." 8-Color said, "If the Mudwater Kingdom gets any closer, the war will come again. It's not your war alone." Luyin sighed, "That's more like it. Since it's over, can I leave?" "The door is yours. You can leave at any time." "Where does the door lead to?" "Trace." Luyin's eyes flashed, "Send me back to where you took me from." 8-Color didn't hesitate, "Sure, change the destination to human civilization." "Right, where is this? How far is it from human civilization?" Luyin asked. 8-Color didn't answer, "This war is over. Trace." After that, the door was still there and 8-Color didn't reply. Luyin stared at the door and got up. He didn't know if they were leaving one by one. He had to leave too. Otherwise, who knew if Nibiluo would come back for him? Just as he was about to leave, suddenly, Luyin looked in another direction. This is. At the same time, far away in that direction. It was a huge Mudwater Kingdom. Nibiluo looked at Luyin at the same time. The 2 were extremely far apart. It was beyond Nibiluo's range. But at this moment, they were looking at each other, even though they couldn't see each other. This wasn't a look, but karma. Luyin used Mudblade to increase karma, but he suddenly found that Mudblade's karma was connected to Nibiluo's, allowing him to know Nibiluo's location. How could Mudblade's karma be connected to Nibiluo's? He had never encountered such a thing. Or he had encountered some creature's karma and been discovered. The 7 treasures Sky Toad was discovered by Ancestor Shan, which led to the exposure of human civilization. But this situation was different. It was like Nibiluo's karma was connected to Mudblade's. But they were clearly 2 separate entities. Luyin originally wanted to let Master Grass test if there was human civilization on the other side of the door. He didn't trust 8-Color, but he didn't hesitate to take them through the door. If they were any later, Nibiluo might really come for them. He knew Nibiluo's location, and Nibiluo knew him. In the distance, Nibiluo. Karma. This scoundrel even had the power of karma. How troublesome. Unfortunately, if he had escaped a little later, he would have been able to kill his way over. the end of the war with the unknown was not an agreement. They could still fight if they wanted to, and there was no violation of the contract. What a pity. The other side of the door was indeed the human civilization. After Master Greengrass and Eternal Life Bearer returned, he turned around and destroyed the door to prevent Nibiluo from chasing after him. Only after the door was destroyed did Luin finally relax. What happened just now? Why was Clayblade's karma connected to Nibiluo's karma? This shouldn't be possible, unless Nibiru had also comprehended karma. That's right, the Mudwater Kingdom's absolute method was karma. Since it was related to karma, there must have been a powerhouse who comprehended karma in the Mudwater Kingdom. Could it be Nibiluo? Even if that wasn't the case, Nibiluo must have comprehended karma. Moreover, in that instant, not only did he sense Nibiluo's position, but he also had a strange feeling that he could determine the cause and effect. That's right, it was this feeling. It was only for an instant, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, he was certain that he could determine the cause and effect in that instant. This was the Mudwater Kingdom's absolute method. If he wasn't wrong, then the absolute method of the Mudwater Kingdom should have come from Nibiluo. Determining the cause and effect should have been Nibiluo's power that acted on the entire Mudwater Kingdom, allowing it to obtain the absolute method. If he wanted to verify this, then he just had to ask 8-color Nibiluo if he had comprehended karma. If that was the case, then Lu Yin's eyes flickered. He had one more reason to kill Nibiluo. First, it was to avenge the Mountain Sword Sect's ancestor. Second, it was to search for the method of determining karma. Since there was the ability to determine karma, then there was also the ability to transfer it. Perhaps this was a direction that he could take after breaking through to the Eternal Realm and not be bound by karma. Of course, this was only a possibility, and a very small one at that. There were countless civilizations within the square mile, and there were many Eternal Realms, but he had never heard of anyone who could truly ignore karma. Some civilizations were far more talented than humans, and if they couldn't do it, then it would be difficult for him to do it as well. However, it was still a direction that he could try. If he could even try teleportation, then this might not be impossible. He would wait until his Clayblade's karma had completely increased. Lu Yin took Master Grass and Heaven Bearer Immortality to the 9th Heaven Universe and greeted Azure Lotus Protector before heading to the Mirage Domain and waiting quietly. The heavenly way of karma continued to increase. Although a lot was consumed in the war, the increase was also great. If it was completely released at this moment, it would definitely be comparable to the karma celestial phenomenon. However, Lu Yin also knew that the karma celestial phenomenon was not the limit of Azure Lotus Protector. He had been releasing the karma celestial phenomenon not only to protect the 3 universes, but also to counteract Red Hero's law when dealing with him. If Azure Lotus Protector completely released the karma, the range that it covered would definitely not be smaller than the range that the Clayblade could slash. When he arrived at the Mirage Domain, Lu Yin immediately started healing. Beside the River of Time, Zhao Ran was surprised. Where did you get such a serious injury? Lu Yin smiled bitterly. The war with the fishing civilization, but it's not a big deal. It looks serious, but it's not serious. Zhao Ran looked at Lu Yin's neck and didn't say anything else. She rowed the boat and left. Lu Yin sat by the River of Time for an unknown amount of time. The Clayblade's increase in karma had long since ended. He also recovered from his injuries, and after bidding farewell to Zhao Ran, he left the Mirage Domain and returned to the back mountain of Above Heaven. He took the Clayblade out of the General Diantai Hell and looked at it calmly. I want to know where the Mudwater Kingdom is. You want to find Nibiluo? The Clayblade's voice was getting weaker and weaker. Lu Yin nodded. Yes. The Clayblade sneered. You dare to find Nibiluo? I didn't say now. Some gaps can't be made up with time. Otherwise, with the river of time, you would have been invincible long ago. Are you reminding me? Lu Yin raised a brow. The clay blade said, I'm just making sure that you don't dare to find Nibiluo. That's courting death. You should tell me. Whether or not I dare to find him, at least there's a chance that I can find him. Maybe he can avenge you. Lu Yin slowly said without any threat. The clay blade knew that he would die, and threats were useless. He was telling the truth, and the clay blade would definitely tell him. The clay blade laughed mockingly. I can't tell you. The Mudwater Kingdom isn't a fixed universe. It can move at any time. Lu Yin frowned. Not a universe. It used to be, but it's gone now. My Mudwater Kingdom is destined to wander. The more civilizations and immortals we find and collect, the stronger we become. What's the use of being fixed in one place? Lu Yin understood that this was a characteristic of the Mudwater Kingdom. So, I can't find Nibiluo. The clay blade didn't answer. Lu Yin asked again, how did you start a full-scale war with the unknowns? What do you mean? In other words, is there a way to start a full-scale war with the unknowns? A full-scale war with the unknowns. The clay blade couldn't understand Lu Yin anymore. Why did this guy seem to be hostile to both the Mudwater Kingdom and the unknowns? Lu Yin said, give me a way. In the future, I might also start a war with the unknowns. Similarly, the unknowns might avenge you. Clay blade was silent for a moment. I don't know, but I heard from Nibiluo that the unknowns have a position that they can't approach. Maybe we've already approached that position and my Mudwater Kingdom has appeared. Lu Yin sighed. You really don't know anything. The Mudwater Kingdom is Nibiluo's kingdom. Although Nibiluo is one of the 8 elders, he's not one of them. We all belong to Nibiluo. You've fought Red Hero before. How strong is he? I won't tell you. I know that human is your enemy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let me go. If it wasn't for him, your opponent would have been Nibiluo and you wouldn't have ended up like this. Haha, that human might also avenge me. Lu Yin looked at the clay blade. My question is over. You should be buried with the mountain sword sect's ancestor. The clay blade sneered. Buried with him. Is he worthy? Dying at your hands is my sorrow. If time could turn back, I would have destroyed that mountain sword sect and buried that civilization with me. Lu Yin waved his hand and completely obliterated the clay blade. The clay blade was almost equivalent to a powerhouse with 2 laws. Among the enemies Lu Yin had killed, he was the strongest existence. The battle was difficult, but he still managed to do it with various methods. What about Red Hero? How big was the difference in strength between Red Hero and the clay blade? Lu Yin could use all kinds of methods to kill the clay blade, but he was very sure that he couldn't kill Red Hero. The pressure that Red Hero gave him was much greater than the clay blade. Unless he could completely control the triple divine power transformation and use Crow Bind and various other methods, it wasn't impossible to fight. The premise was that Red Hero's ruthless path couldn't be recovered. He would never forget the Red Hero's aura he felt at the 100-Fist Mountain. That monstrous pressure was Red Hero at his peak. Against Red Hero at that moment, all methods were useless. He found a place to lie in the hanging coffin and disappeared. It was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. As soon as Lu Yin entered, he began to shout to 8 colors. I killed the clay blade, 8 colors. Is there a reward? 8 colors' voice sounded. 4 stars reward. Only 4 stars reward. Are you sure? That was the clay blade, not the other 8 elders. Lu Yin was dissatisfied. 8 colors said, among the 8 elders, except for Nibiluo, all of them are 4 stars reward. Lu Yin, you can choose your reward. I didn't expect that you could kill the clay blade. How did you do it? Damao's voice was full of surprise. Lu Yin's mouth curved. It's simple. It's just a clay blade. If Ni Beiluo didn't run fast, I could have killed it. Ha, little guy, you owe me a life. The old man laughed. Chapter 43-51. Damao sneered, you think I didn't see it? You're like a rat against Mubi Lo, but no one can beat you if you can kill Mudblade. Red Hero, are you scared? This little guy is going to kill you, ha ha ha. Lu Yin retorted, Damao, don't say things that affect our unity. 8 colors, Damao is trying to create conflict. Are you just going to watch? Damao snorted, who doesn't know you're going against Red Hero? Mudblade's opponent has always been Red Hero. Hee hee, why did it turn against you? Red Hero, explain yourself. Orange has already explained this matter, but Unknown will be punished accordingly, 8 colors spoke up. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, 8 colors, there's no need for that. Maybe Red Hero was tricked. He's never been smart, so it's normal. The old guy laughed again, 8 colors, this little guy is expressing his dissatisfaction. 8 colors didn't respond. At this time, Clear's voice sounded, Lu Yin, are you okay? I'm fine. Mudblade is very strong, and I'm not sure I can beat it. You're still the best, Clear said. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. There was no way he would believe that. He didn't know exactly how strong Che was, but he would rather believe that it was a lie. An ancient existence that participated in the war that destroyed the Ninth Fort civilization couldn't beat Mudblade. The possibility was close to zero. Right, he remembered that when Damao revealed that Clear was the mountain master of Mount Dongshu, Clear's aura had terrified him. That aura was not something Mudblade could compare to. Actually, I'm curious, how did you beat Mudblade? Damao asked. The old guy laughed, I'm curious too. Little guy, do you want to tell me? Sure, let's find it. Let's find a place to gather. How about the Red Shirt civilization? Lu Yin asked casually. I agree. Damao immediately agreed. Red Hero had betrayed his coordinates, and Lu Yin had found him several times. He had long harbored a grudge. If he could lure the old guy to the Red Shirt civilization and gather there, what would happen? Ha! Lu Yin only needed to know where he was, and it was always lively. He kept probing in his conversation with Damao and the others, trying to get information from the unknowns. This time, Damao's attitude towards him was not so bad. Obviously, his victory over Mudblade made all the unknowns reevaluate his strength. Lan Mang had been instantly killed by a Mudblade, but Lu Yin had been able to counterattack and kill a Mudblade. Such strength was worthy of respect. Inside the orange hanging coffin, Red Hero listened quietly. This Lu Yin seemed to be pestering endlessly, but he could often elicit information that could be analyzed. He even mentioned Red Hero from time to time, which was really disgusting. It just so happened that this child's strength was so strong that even the Mudblade was defeated. He had asked Ba-colored Mudblade how it was defeated, but Ba-colored Mudblade wouldn't tell him. He guessed that someone must have severely injured the Mudblade before handing it over to Lu Yin, but that didn't seem right either. The Mudblade wasn't stupid, and it would definitely be bound by karma when it encountered an expert. It was certain that the next opponent would be a scoundrel, so karma was meaningless. There shouldn't be any unknowns helping Lu Yin deal with it. Red Hero's gaze turned cold. Everyone knew that he had deliberately let Mudblade go in order to kill Lu Yin. He had paid the price for that, but unfortunately, he had failed. Lu Yin was becoming more and more difficult to deal with. Especially as he listened, he felt an inexplicable sense of isolation. In the past, they didn't communicate with each other, all of them hiding themselves. Everyone was the same. But now, Lu Yin's actions had led the unknowns astray, making it seem like Cyan and Violet were on very good terms. It was the same for Clear. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like they would end up together. Even though Cyan and Lu Yin were constantly cursing each other, the more it was like this, the easier it was for them to end up together. What if they joined forces to deal with him? How could this be? For the first time, he felt unfamiliar with the unknowns. It was all because of Lu Yin. If he hadn't betrayed Jiu Lei, then this person's ancestor wouldn't have survived, and there wouldn't have been the current inheritance. If only he had betrayed Jiu Lei a little later. He couldn't wait to kill his way to the 3 universes. If Lu Yin had the time, he would rather stay in Jizong and chat for 10 days to half a month, but De Mao and the others didn't have the time to accompany him, and they soon stopped talking. Lu Yin called out a few times, but no one answered. He could only ask Ba Colored about the Mudwater Kingdom. The Mudwater Kingdom is Ni Biluo's kingdom. I'm using your human language to explain. Lu Yin understood, so killing anyone other than Ni Biluo was a 4 stars reward. He was curious. Ni Biluo is very strong, right? Very strong. What's his ranking among the unknowns? No comment. Haha, that old guy can actually block Ni Biluo. He's really strong. Very strong. But De Mao feels a little weaker than them. What about Red Hero? How does Red Hero compare to them? Very strong. Lu Yin felt that something was wrong and asked, Ba Colored, what do you think of Mud Blade strength? Very strong. Lu Yin was speechless. Has Ni Biluo comprehended karma? Ba Colored was surprised. How do you know? Do you know? Lu Yin said, don't forget, I've also comprehended karma. I can feel it. Ba Colored said, that's right, Ni Barrow has indeed comprehended karma. Mudwater Nation's absolute method comes from Ni Barrow, and its use of karma is different from yours. It lacks the ability to kill, and it rarely makes deductions. Instead, it works on the entire civilization, allowing Mudwater Nation to leap from an ordinary civilization to a fishing civilization, becoming a hooligan. If it wasn't for this method, Mudwater Nation wouldn't have been qualified to fight with us. If that's the case, why didn't you tell me this information? Ni Biluo doesn't have any methods other than karma. You know about karma, so there's no need to tell me. How do you know it's not hidden? Ni Biluo's opponent is not you. Lu Yin did not harp on this point, saying that Ba Colored had a way to explain everything. He thought of the 7 treasures heavenly towed. Patriarch Shan was so strong that he definitely surpassed Ni Biluo, but the 7 treasures heavenly towed was not a fishing civilization. In the end, Patriarch Shan's strength came from him alone, while a fishing civilization's strength came from the entirety. If not for the absolute method of karma, Mudwater Kingdom would be very similar to the 7 treasures heavenly towed. What would happen if Mudwater Kingdom and the 7 treasures heavenly towed fought? Lu Yin recalled how terrifying Patriarch Shan had been. Perhaps the Black Enlightenment civilization's fate would be the same as Mudwater Kingdom's. Even if Patriarch Shan's karmic bindings were perfect, he would still be able to destroy the entire Mudwater Kingdom. Mudwater Kingdom's method of karma would not be able to threaten Patriarch Shan either. Patriarch Shan would have slaughtered all those eternal life forms, so the karmic bindings would definitely be his. Unfortunately, no matter how strong he was, it was equivalent to perishing together. Elder Shan, even someone as powerful as Patriarch Shan, did not dare to break into knowing whereabouts. There were too many unknowns. Before this battle, Lu Yin and Red Hero had gotten into a heated argument, and he had even dragged De Mao and the others into it. Now, with the Millennium Guardian, he and Red Hero could not cause trouble for each other. This was probably Ba Colored's goal. Lu Yin, the red, silver, and blue threads are with you. When will you return them? Ba Colored asked. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Don't worry, I'll definitely return them to you. Return them to an unknown. Understood. When will you worship the divine tree? I said don't worry, I'll go. Where did the ability to immobilize the mud blade come from? Immobilization. Lu Yin subconsciously replied. Suddenly, his gaze changed. Ba colored, you're tricking me. Ba colored calmly said, I know it came from the 10-eyed crow. I recognized it the first time I saw it, but I didn't expect you to obtain its ability. Congratulations. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The unknowns will not investigate every unknown. Ba colored, you've crossed the line. You didn't answer, Ba colored said. Lu Yin took a deep breath. He had been too careless, as the 8 colors had always stayed out of his affairs. Even when he and Red Hero had fallen out, the 8 colors had not interfered. In fact, the 8 colors had even secretly helped him, which had made him less wary of them. Ba colored was also a member of the unknowns, and it might even be the ruler of the unknowns. It was one of the greatest enemies of human civilization. Lu Yin silently left knowing whereabouts. He pushed open the hanging coffin and looked at the stars. Ba colored was curious about the origin of the immobilization, which meant that it did not know where the 10-eyed crow was. Red Hero knew, but Ba colored did not. Was it hiding something? Although the 10-eyed crow was huge, it was still insignificant. However, it was pitifully small. The unknown was very strong, but it was also impossible for it to explore every inch of space. Ba colored cared about the 10-eyed crow, and this was the first time it had risked breaking the rules to test it. Could Lu Yin use the 10-eyed crow to do something? Lu Yin thought about it and then rejected the idea. Since the 10-eyed crow was so important to Ba colored, it must be very important. Unless the 10-eyed crow was useless to him, he could not let the unknowns touch it. In the past, it had taken 3 base masters to kill the 10-eyed crow, and it was extremely powerful, far surpassing the likes of Nibiluo. If he had the time, he would try to see if he could obtain any more abilities. For now, he would go to the Mother Forest. He had helped Demao deal with his opponent on the battlefield, and aside from the 4 stars mission reward, he had also received an additional Mother Forest from Demao. After teleporting several times, Lu Yin finally found the Mother Forest. Looking at the Mother Tree Forest, there weren't many of them, but they were extremely magnificent. Every mother tree was enough to support a universe. These mother trees could not survive after being uprooted. Lu Yin looked around and confirmed that Demao was not around. He then placed a hand on the mother trees. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The mother trees began to wither and turn to dust. Green dots of light entered the space around Lu Yin's heart, and as the mother trees disappeared one by one, the number of green dots in the space around Lu Yin's heart increased. However, it was still not enough for him, far from enough. However, these green dots of light gave him the confidence to face the 10-eyed crow again. He just did not know what abilities the 10-eyed crow's remaining eyes had. He was still rather anxious. After all, Ba colored knew about the 10-eyed crow's existence, and it would definitely think of ways to find it. He could not go there now to prevent himself from being targeted by the unknowns. He would have to wait a little longer. Next, he received another set of coordinates from Clear. Clear wanted to give him the 5th stronghold's remnant. Chapter 43-52. Lu Yin naturally didn't trust Clear, so he returned to the 3 universes as if he had participated in the unknown battlefield. He met Master Qing Chao again. Master Qing Chao looked at Lu Yin in a daze. What's wrong? Accompany me to another place. It's time to change. Senior is the most suitable. Master Qing Chao had framed me Jin Shangyu, but his original intention was to protect the spiritualized universe. Nothing could protect the spiritualized universe more than himself. Sometimes, the life-saving rope didn't have to be entrusted to someone he trusted. It could also be entrusted to someone with benefits. Benefits were often more reliable than promises. Master Qing Chao was helpless. Can I not go? I also want to cultivate. There are still many juniors in the spiritualized universe waiting to be taught. Senior, please. Lu Yin took out Mount Supreme. Master Qing Chao shook his head bitterly and entered. After reaching the Eternal Realm, he had never seen someone like Lu Yin, who forced others to do things against their will. Which Eternal Realm powerhouse didn't have the demeanor of an expert? This kid had cultivated for a very short time and did things without elegance. Next was heaven carrying immortality. Needless to say, he went in directly. There was no room for refusal. Lu Yin thought about it, but it was still not enough. Right, Ba Yu, this woman came to the three universes. She can't do nothing, right? Thinking of this, Lu Yin found Ba Yu and asked her to follow him to a place. Ba Yu refused. No. Lu Yin took out Mount Supreme. Go in by yourself. Don't force me to do it. Ba Yu was furious. You have no right to restrict my freedom. Wrong, I'll take you to square inch. It's precisely to give you freedom. I told you. I'm not going. Lu Yin raised his hand and grabbed Ba Yu. Ba Yu had never really fought with Lu Yin. However, under the stars, Redcoat saw Lu Yin suppress the parallel order and escape from Red Hero's eyes. She knew that she was no match for him. But even so, she had to protect her dignity. Not long after, in Mount Supreme, Ba Yu was furious. She looked up and wanted to curse, but she was also filled with powerlessness. Too powerless. He was clearly a scoundrel. How could he be so strong? He was terrifyingly strong. With 3 eternal realms, it should be safe. Even if Clear took the risk of breaking the unknown rules to deal with him, the karma restrictions brought by 3 eternal realms were enough to make it suffer. He teleported again and again. The coordinates given by Clear were relatively far away. It took dozens of teleportations before he arrived. Lu Yin looked at the enormous city in front of him. Is this Dongshu Mountain? De Mao had said before that Clear was the mountain master of Mount Dongshu. However, it was clearly just a city in front of him. At this moment, the void distorted, and a figure walked out. Lu Yin looked at the newcomer as memories surfaced in his mind. The universe of consciousness. The first time he met Clear, he was enlightened by Clear. Clear was the second Eternal Realm expert he had encountered. At that time, he did not know that the gap between Eternal Realm experts could be so big. If Grandmaster Qing Chao fought with Che, he would be destroyed with a wave of his hand. Che beamed as he looked at Lu Yin. His black and white robes set off his temperament that was neither good nor evil. He nodded at Lu Yin. You've come. Long time no see, Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Che. It's really been a long time. The last time we met was in the consciousness universe, and it's been over 1,000 years. Che said, that's right. 1,000 years is a long time to you, but to me, it's just a blink of an eye. I want to thank you for giving Miao Wu Huang the power to protect itself. It used this power to protect my universe. Miao Wu Huang. Lu Yin drew Miao Wu Huang's appearance in the void. Che saw it and smiled, so it's him. A very polite little guy, humble and honest. I quite like him. Miao Wu Huang, humble. Honest. Lu Yin felt strange, but after thinking about it, it made sense. Who would dare to not be humble and honest in front of you? What are you going to give me? Lu Yin asked. Che pointed at the huge city in front of them. That's it, Xiang City. Lu Yin's pupils shrank as he looked in front of him in shock. Xiang City. Looks like you know. Che smiled. Lu Yin stared at Che in a daze. Xiang City, Lan Mang had told him that the ninth fort civilization had 9 great turbid treasures. Among them, the turbid treasure of the 5th fort was called Xiang City. He would never have thought that the city in front of him was actually Xiang City, and that Che was going to give him Xiang City. He looked at Che in disbelief. Che looked at him calmly. This is the turbid treasure of the 5th fort. Now, it's yours. Lu Yin stared at Che. What do you mean? Che clasped his hands behind his back and smiled, but this smile was somewhat bitter. There are some things that need to be fixed. You don't need to ask. Besides, Xiang City doesn't belong to me in the first place. It belongs to your human civilization. All living things have their own destiny to survive. From birth to death, what should be obtained will be obtained, and what cannot be obtained will never be obtained. To tell you the truth, no one can ignore a turbid treasure. Since you know about Xiang City, you should know how powerful it is. I also wish to control it, but unfortunately, I've been unable to do so for many years, so I can only give up. He then looked at Lu Yin. I hope that it can shine in your hands and restore the former glory of the 5th fort. Lu Yin stared at Che and suddenly had a guess. You can't be a human, right? He had always thought that Che was not human. When Che had first entered the 3 universes and greeted Qinglianyu had also told Lu Yin that Che was not human and that he had changed his appearance. Now that he knew that Qinglianyu had hidden this from the Red Coat civilization, Lu Yin guessed that Che might have also hidden his past from Qinglianyu. Che smiled and said, "You're overthinking things. I'm not a human, and I'm not like Red Hero who betrayed your human civilization. I haven't interacted much with your civilization since the beginning. As for the 5th fort, it's a battlefield that I once participated in. Then what are you trying to fix? Fixing doesn't mean that I'm wrong. Right and wrong only exist between the same species. I'm different from your human civilization. I'm just following my heart and trying to make up for it." Lu Yin looked deeply at Che and did not know if he was telling the truth. He then turned to look at the city in front of him. If this city was really a turbid treasure, then its value would be too great. What was he thinking? Why would he give away a turbid treasure just like that? The 5th stronghold is also known as the world of mental techniques. This stronghold is very unique, and its mental techniques are also extremely powerful. Your human civilization's 9 defense bases each have their own legacies and strengths, but what I admire the most is the mental techniques of the 5th stronghold. Mental techniques, when skills are developed, the world is born from the heart, and the heart can accommodate everything. And this Xiang City is known as the strongest defensive turbid treasure. If you can control Xiang City and use it to protect your human civilization, even if you don't know the answer, it's unlikely that you'll be able to break it. Lu Yin's eyes burned. The strongest defensive turbid treasure in his knowledge. Its defenses are that strong. How did the 9th base lose? The 9th base lost because of a traitor, not because of itself. Red Hero. Maybe there's more than one Red Hero. The human heart is unpredictable. Lu Yin suppressed his excitement. You mentioned mental techniques. What's that? Che looked at Xiang City. I can't explain it. You'll have to see for yourself and experience it for yourself. I can only tell you that the 5th fort's motto is, develop your skills. Build on the past and forge ahead. Skills refer to mental techniques. Learn from the predecessors and create something unprecedented in the past. This is the 5th fort's motto, develop your skills. If you can inherit the power of the 5th fort's mental techniques, your strength will definitely rise to a whole new level. It might even help you break through to immortality. Lu Yin's eyes burned, but he did not let his excitement overwhelm his rationality. No matter how nice Che made it sound, the premise was that Xiang City was really the turbid treasure of the fifth fort. From now on, Xiang City belongs to you. Whether or not you control it in the end, it has nothing to do with me, Che said. He looked at Xiang City with a bitter smile on his face. He had been guarding Xiang City for far too long. Lu Yin asked, "How do I control Xiang City?" Che looked at Xiang City with a complicated expression. All living things in the world have their own appearances. However, there are two sides to each other. One side is on the surface, while the other is inside. The appearance on the surface creates a lie, so what you see might not be the truth. However, the inner appearance is the most real and cannot be deceived with lies. That is your most essential side. Once you enter Xiang City, you can transform into your most essential side. As for how to control Xiang City, I don't know. You don't know. If I did, I might have already controlled Xiang City. Lu Yin nodded. That was right. If he controlled Xiang City, how could he return it to him? No one would ignore a turbid treasure. Che himself had said that he had tried for many years to no avail. Otherwise, he would not have kept it until now. How do I get in? How do I get out? Stick close to the door and leave. Over the years, many creatures have entered, and almost all of them came out. There is no need to worry about safety. Of course, it is not absolutely safe. Some creatures never come out again. In Xiang City, all cultivation is suppressed, including those at the eternal realm. Whether you can leave alive depends on luck. Even those at the eternal realm have their cultivation suppressed. Lu Yin was shocked. Che said, "If not, how could it become the strongest defensive treasure?" At the end of the ninth fort, Xiang City protected the ninth fort and blocked all the powerful enemies in the universe. That glorious scene is not something you can imagine. Although the marks on the walls are faint, to be able to leave such marks on Xiang City's walls means that they are at least compatible with the laws of the universe and have broken through to the eternal realm. Lu Yin looked at the walls and saw many marks. Were they all left behind by someone as strong as Mr. Mu? Blocking all the powerful enemies alone. That was ridiculous. Do the unknowns know that Xiang City is here? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Che smiled and said, "Don't worry. Even if they know, they won't steal it. The unknowns won't steal anything that belongs to the unknowns." Che stayed in the ninth stronghold for so long just to get the turbid treasure. The turbid treasure is indeed there, and the unknowns know about it. But because the rules cannot be broken, Che can only take it himself unless he succeeds or fails the mission. In this regard, the unknowns will never cross the line. Lu Yin laughed. They really follow the rules. Che finally said, "I'll leave Xiang City to you. From now on, it has nothing to do with me. Lu Yin, I hope you can really control Xiang City. Let me see if your human civilization can restore the glory of the ninth fort in this era. I'm looking forward to it." With that, he left. Lu Yin looked at Che's departing figure. Looking forward to it. Chapter 43-53. He teleported closer to Xiang City. Xiang City was a colossus, but it was much smaller than a universe. It was difficult for civilizations to find each other's universes. It was even more difficult to find this city. However, many civilizations or creatures must have found Xiang City over the years, but what happened? Che did not say, and he forgot to ask. It must have been similar to the creatures Che had thrown in. Xiang City had a gate, but it was closed. Lu Yin walked around Xiang City. He could not find any other entrances. He could only go through that gate. He entered and exited by sticking close to the gate. To be safe, it was better not to go in alone. He should let others go in first. Thinking of this, he released the grass masters, Eternity Bearer and Ba Yu. He glanced at them and finally looked at Ba Yu. Please enter the city and take a look. Ba Yu and the others looked at Xiang City in confusion. Eternity Bearer subconsciously took a few steps back, feeling that something was wrong. Ba Yu looked at the city and then looked at Lu Yin. Then he looked at Lu Yin. Where is this place? Lu Yin smiled at her. I don't know, so I'll have to trouble you to go in and take a look. No matter how strong she was, Ba Yu had lived for much longer than Lu Yin, so it was understandable that she called him senior. Ba Yu refused. I'm not going. She was not stupid. Lu Yin did not want to go in himself, but he wanted her to. It was obvious that she was there to scout. Lu Yin frowned. Senior, you seem to be resistant to my words. This is not good. Ba Yu stared at Lu Yin. I'm one of the eternal realms of the human civilization. I'm not going to die if I go to the 3 universes with you. For the human civilization, I'll do anything without hesitation. This is my promise, but I can't scout for you. Lu Yin met Ba Yu's eyes and looked deeply at her. He asked slowly, how is he Shao? Ba Yu trembled and looked at Lu Yin. What do you mean? Lu Yin said, I took you away from the Red Coat universe and got rid of Red Hero. That's one thing. Secondly, I crippled He Shao. You've taken revenge, right? I don't ask how He Shao is now, but have you taken revenge? Ba Yu was silent. Okay, I can reject you this time. I hope you won't reject me next time. After he finished speaking, he looked past Ba Yu. Lu Yin looked at Eternity Bearer. Please enter. The heaven-carrying immortal life-bearer was annoyed. I'm not going. Lu Yin frowned. There are more and more eternal life realms in the 3 universes. 1 or 2 less won't make much of a difference. Heaven-carrying immortality said bitterly, no matter what, I have helped you before. Then I'll help you again. Lu Yin was callous, but that did not mean that he was heartless. This was simply the way to survive. The eternal heaven-bearer had also abandoned his own tricolored sky-bearer race to hide in the human civilization in order to survive. Since he had chosen to hide here, then he had to pay the price. Just spitting out colored glass was far from enough. Finally, under Lu Yin's gaze, heaven-bearing immortality approached Xiang City's main gates and disappeared. After it entered, Master Greengrass asked, what exactly is this place? Ba Yu looked at him as well. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back, the 5th wall fortress's turbid treasure, Xiang City. The 2 of them were shocked. Turbid treasure. Xiang City. Lu Yin looked at Ba Yu. It seems like you know about Xiang City. Master Greengrass was shocked by the turbid treasure, but Ba Yu was shocked by the name of Xiang City. Ba Yu stared at the city in a daze. I heard He mention it by chance. He said that if the 5th wall Xiang City was still around, there would be no need to fear all the civilizations in space. That's the strongest defensive turbid treasure. I didn't expect it to be here. Had He mentioned it before? Lu Yin's eyes lit up. It seemed like the legend of Xiang City was true. However, he did not know if this was the real Xiang City. Master Greengrass headed towards Xiang City. Senior, what are you planning to do? Since it's the turbid treasure of humanity, it's only right for us humans to lead the way, Master Greengrass said. Lu Yin praised, Senior, you're becoming more and more magnanimous. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if it's real or not. Master Greengrass approached the door with his back facing Lu Yin. I know that if it's real, you won't let that snail lead the way. You can still take responsibility for that. However, you can't really let a snail lead the way for humanity. Your life is very important to human civilization, but I'm different. After saying that, he placed his hand on the door, stuck close to it, and disappeared. Master Greengrass had always been an unpredictable person. If one said that he was a traitor, he would sacrifice everything for the sake of spiritualizing the universe. If one said that he was not a traitor, he would cause the death of Mi Jin Shangyu. Everyone knew the reason, but they still could not forgive him. Master Greengrass did not need anyone's forgiveness. He walked his own path, and his path had always been firm. Regardless of whether it was right or wrong, regardless of the outcome, he would walk his own path firmly. This was also why Lu Yin had brought him out without worry. Lu Yin knew that Master Greengrass would definitely not want anything to happen to him. As long as he was around, the three universes would be safe. For this, Lu Yin was willing to give up everything. Lu Yin closed his eyes and waited quietly. Beside him, Ba Yu looked at him and then at Xiang City. She also waited quietly. Although Lu Yin's eyes were closed, he had opened his celestial eye. After the celestial eye had absorbed the 10-eyed divine crow's ability, he could see anyone who was looking at him. He was testing to see if Clear was watching him. Clear seemed to have really left. Lu Yin stood outside Xiang City for a few months, and aside from Ba Yu, no one else was looking at him. Not long after, Master Greengrass walked out, which attracted Lu Yin and Ba Yu's attention. Master Greengrass had left Xiang City with a strange expression on his face. He seemed to be reminiscing about something, but he also seemed to have encountered something inconceivable. "Senior, how was it?" Lu Yin asked. Master Greengrass looked at him and did not speak for a while. Coincidentally, Eternal Life Bearer walked out and sighed heavily. "I finally escaped. I almost didn't make it out. That scared me to death. Those kids were really annoying." Lu Yin was curious. "What happened?" Eternal Life Bearer glanced at Master Greengrass, as he did not know that Master Greengrass had gone in. When he saw Lu Yin, Ba Yu, and Master Greengrass all looking at him, he bitterly said, I went in, and my cultivation was gone. I even turned into a little snail." "A little snail?" Ba Yu blinked in surprise. Lu Yin sized up Eternal Life Bearer. "You turned from a snail into a snail?" Eternal Life Bearer replied, "It's a little snail, the very small kind. It's only the size of a human's fingernail. When I turned into a little snail, I stuck to the wall as soon as I entered. A few kids saw me and threw rocks at me. If I hadn't been lucky enough to be right next to the city gate, I would have been crushed to death after spending so much time climbing out from the top of the wall and sticking to the gate. It's too dangerous. I'm sure that I'll really die if I get crushed to death. Mr. Liu, this place is too dangerous. You can't enter. This is a trap." Lu Yin and Ba Yu looked at Master Greengrass. Master Greengrass slowly said, "I turned into a black tortoise." Ba Yu was confused. "A black tortoise?" Lu Yin was stunned, but then he remembered. "A black tortoise. A tortoise. A black tortoise," Master Greengrass emphasized. Lu Yin understood. A tortoise. A black tortoise was the name given to a divine beast on Earth. Master Greengrass had always stayed in the Tianyuan universe, so it was normal for him to have visited Earth. After all, Lu Yin had stayed there before. Using a black tortoise to describe a tortoise sounded much better than calling himself a tortoise. Fine, a black tortoise it was. However, was a tortoise part of Master Greengrass's nature? Master Greengrass had always wanted to protect the spiritualized universe, which was in line with the characteristics of a tortoise. He retracted his head inside and did not care about anything. "You weren't crushed?" Lu Yin asked. Master Greengrass glanced at the Eternal Bearer. "No. The people there respect crows and black tortoises, and they allowed me to climb to the city gate. That's all." That's all. What about your comprehension? What about your understanding of this city? No. There are humans in the city, but there are no cultivators. It's just a city of ordinary people. Our cultivation would have been completely destroyed if we had been killed by the people there. Lu Yin looked at the Eternal Bearer. The Eternal Bearer shook his head as well. There was nothing. One of them had turned into a snail and almost been crushed to death, while the other had turned into a tortoise. Lu Yin finally understood why Clear had not been able to control Xiang City for so many years. He might have been confused and could not understand the city at all, or he might not have been able to do so even if he did. The greatest danger of Xiang City was the humans there. If the snail and tortoise were crushed to death, then the Eternal Bearer and Master Greengrass would really die. Thinking about it, it was really child's play. How could an Eternal Realm cultivator die so easily? This was Xiang City's guardian treasure, a turbid treasure. Even an unknown powerhouse like Clear had acknowledged it as the strongest defensive turbid treasure. It really was something. Then, what would happen to Lu Yin when it was his turn? He wouldn't die, right? Lu Yin was a little apprehensive. He raised his hand and approached the gate. Behind him, Bayu saw this scene and hesitated for a moment before approaching the gate as well. An Eternal Realm cultivator would not be scared away by a city, and she still dared to give it a try. She did not believe that the Eternal Bearer had said that being crushed to death would really mean death. How could an Eternal Realm cultivator die so easily? If she could control this turbid treasure, her status would definitely soar, and she would not be casually captured by Lu Yin. When she thought about this, her gaze became much more resolute. She touched the gate and entered. Lu Yin entered at the same time. A black brilliance flashed around him, and it was as if time was flowing. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a tall building. A shadow loomed over him, and he looked up in shock. Foot. A giant foot was stomping down, and the soles of his feet were stained with dirt. Not good. It was not that the building was tall, but that he was too small. He hurriedly dodged, narrowly avoiding being trampled by the foot. He looked up again and saw pedestrians walking past. This was a very lively street, and the sounds of hawkers shouting their wares rose and fell. There were shops on both sides of the street, and the closest building to him was a restaurant with many people going in and out. From time to time, he could smell the aroma of delicious food. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like an ordinary mortal city. As for Lu Yin himself, he had turned into an ant. An ant. Was this his own internal aspect? Was this his own essence? Lu Yin looked at his body. Ants were fast and strong. Although they were small, they could carry objects that far exceeded their own weight. Chapter 43-54. The child carried a kettle over and squatted down to look for the ant, but he couldn't find it. His mother called out from behind him, and he acknowledged her before pouring the kettle over. The boiling water flowed through the cracks in the floor, but to Lu Yin, it was like a torrential flood that was scalding hot. He frantically crawled out of the cracks and towards the protruding floorboards. Soon, he was surrounded by boiling water, and he could only stand on the highest point of a tile. He had to wait for the water to cool down before he could swim away. This was the fate of an ant. Even if he had the ability and courage to carry 1,000 kilograms, the difference between him and a child was too great to make up for. It was just like the difference between Lu Yin and the unknown. It seemed like he had the strength to fight against someone who had two laws, but the unknown was far more powerful than that. Where was this? A corner of Xiang City. If he wanted to leave, he had to touch the city gates. However, he didn't know how to take control of Xiang City. At the very least, an ant couldn't do it. But if an ant couldn't do it, then what could he do? Lu Yin looked around. Aside from himself, there were definitely other creatures that had entered Xiang City, but they couldn't leave. Snails, turtles, ants. Were they all living creatures? Countless huge droplets of water fell down. Pedestrians stepped on the boiling water and walked away while cursing, but Lu Yin was drenched in water. Where did these people come from? Had they always lived in Xiang City? Or was it a constant cycle like the monolith world? He listened to the noise, and this wasn't the first time he'd seen the streets from this perspective. When he'd gone to the frigid immortal sect to participate in the Sky Beyond Heaven trial, he'd become a grasshopper jumping on the streets and died many times. He'd experienced the commotion from the perspective of a grasshopper, and he'd experienced being trampled to death time and time again. However, he'd faced the same person at that time, the frigid immortal sect's ancestor, Bai Wang Yuan. Bai Wang Yuan had used the Sky Beyond Heaven trial to imprint his invincibility onto the cultivators who'd taken the final step. Anyone who could reach that step was no ordinary person, and Bai Wang Yuan wanted them to feel fear. He wanted them to be trampled to death time and time again until they all bowed their heads before him. Lu Yin had relied on the primogenitor scripture to break through that situation. This time, it was different, as this was a manifestation of Xiang City's inner thoughts. It wasn't to intimidate them, but rather to allow them to see themselves clearly. Lu Yin didn't know anything else. However, the fact that Xiang City was able to do this was truly terrifying. It was equivalent to crippling the cultivation of an expert who was compatible with two universal laws. This was the true power of a suppressing artifact turbid treasure. If he was trampled to death, would he really die here? Lu Yin wasn't sure, as Che's words might not be true. The heaven-bearing immortality's cultivation was too weak, and it couldn't represent him, but Lu Yin didn't want to test it out. Finally, the boiling water cooled down, and he quickly swam over. Following the cracks in the ground, he walked to the center of the street and looked into the distance, searching for the city gate. He couldn't see it. A city was already huge for a human, let alone an ant. Even if he couldn't find it, he could still listen. Thinking of this, he moved closer to the peddler and waited quietly. When the peddler and the pedestrians talked, they would definitely mention the city gate. And so, Lu Yin waited quietly in the cracks in the ground next to the peddler. Day after day passed, and Lu Yin didn't know how much time had passed. On one particular day, the sun was setting, and the shadows on the ground were twisting. Lu Yin glanced at them and assumed that they were just leaves being blown by the wind, so he didn't pay them much attention. However, the twisting of the shadows became more frequent and even more enchanting. He turned around and looked at the wall. The twisting shadow came from a green leaf, and when Lu Yin looked over, the leaf twisted even more exaggeratedly, as if it had gone crazy. This was definitely a living creature. But how could a living creature turn into a leaf? This was horrifying. If that was the case, then the next time he entered, he would become a leaf and be stuck in one place. How would he leave? Lu Yin's first thought was that this might be a trap set up by Che. The leaf twisted crazily, almost tearing itself apart as it greeted Lu Yin. Lu Yin hesitated for a moment, but then he climbed up the wall until he wasn't too far away from the leaf. It's an outsider, right? An outsider. That's right. I knew it. This is great. Please help me leave this place. I'm stuck here, and I don't know what's wrong with that creature, but it stuck a piece of bamboo into my body and I can't move. You could move before. Yes. Aren't you a leaf? Even if you can move, it's probably because of the wind. No, I can move on my own. Although I'm a leaf, I can still move. Looks like you're new here. Let me tell you, I've seen chairs move on their own before, and those creatures were so scared that they ran away. They said that it was haunted, but in the end, the chair was burned. What a pity. Lu Yin understood. It seemed that one could move no matter what they turned into in Xiang City. Xiang City wasn't a land of death, and there was always a chance of survival, even if they were turned into chairs. Wait, what could turn into a chair? Whose inner form was a chair? Hurry up and save me. I've been trapped here for too long. Although time passes in this strange place, my state of self remains unchanged. I'm not hungry or thirsty, and I don't feel any of the signs of decay that I've felt before. What's up with these people? People? You mean these creatures? How do you know they're people? Do you know them? I'm the one asking you. Be honest if you want to leave. Okay. I understand. You're asking about these people, right? What's wrong with them? Have they ever changed? What do you mean? Grow old, or die? Yes. Are you sure? I'm sure. I've become this peddler's family heirloom. It was his grandfather's grandfather's grandfather who fixed me here. This place looked like a normal world, so these people should all be real. How did you get in? Lu Yin asked. What's wrong with you? You're right. I don't know. I turned into a leaf when I woke up. Was it Che who brought you in? Or did you find this city on your own? I really don't know. I beg you, please save me. Even if you have to let me go, I don't want to be fixed here anymore. Actually, I'm envious of that chair. If I'd known earlier, I would have been burned instead of staying here forever. Are there any other creatures here besides you? Many, but ever since I was fixed here, I couldn't see you anymore. The only reason I could recognize you was because an ant couldn't stay still for such a long time. It's not normal, so I guessed that you must be a transformation of some creature. Lu Yin looked at the leaf. Another creature. Looks like you know more than one type of creature. Yes, we've even talked about it before, but I haven't seen anyone since I was fixed here, the leaf said sadly. Leaf had talked about many creatures, but he probably hadn't met any humans. Otherwise, he would have known about them. Or rather, he hadn't met any creatures that knew about human civilization. Che had said that he'd thrown many creatures here to test things out. Perhaps Leaf's civilization was one of them. To Che, it was just a test, but to Leaf, it was an eternal torture. Lu Yin wouldn't forget that Che was an existence that had wiped out many civilizations in the universe. Although he was polite and had even said that he would return Xiang City, that didn't mean that he was benevolent. There were no creatures in the universe that were absolutely benevolent. Lu Yin suddenly thought of Yi Tian K's master, an existence that yearned for truth, kindness, and beauty. Could it be benevolent? Lu Yin stopped thinking about it and didn't rush to save Leaf. He could still hear the merchant's conversation, so he waited for the right direction. By the way, do you know where the city gate is? Seems like it. That's enough, Lu Yin interrupted. Seems like it. That wouldn't do. He had to travel so far to find the city gate as an ant, and if he found the wrong one, he would have to cross the city. He didn't know how many dangers he would encounter and how much time he would waste. It was better to listen. He didn't stay idle during this time and started gnawing on the bamboo. Leaf had told him many things, but he couldn't take Leaf with him. An ant carrying a leaf was too big of a target, so he just let it drift away with the wind. Bamboo wasn't easy to gnaw on, and Lu Yin only managed to gnaw half of it after 10 days. He continued. A few more days passed, and on this particular night, many people were running around as if chasing something. Lu Yin watched as a slipper jumped wildly on the street and fell into deep thought for a long time. We definitely can't run away, we'll be burned again, Leaf said. Lu Yin realized that Xiang City was too terrifying, there were even creatures that could turn into slippers. What kind of personality was this? What kind of creature was this? He actually started to panic. Crack! The bamboo snapped and fell to the ground. Leaf broke free of the bamboo in midair, and a gust of wind blew it into the distance. It was overjoyed. Thank you, thank you. Luin watched as Leaf was swept into the sky by the wind. He didn't know what its fate would be, so he decided to continue waiting. Another half a month later, Luin heard the answer he wanted. The city gate was to the right, and it was at the end of the street. He ran along the cracks in the walls for more than 10 days before finally seeing the city gate. He continued. Lu Yin's figure appeared outside Xiang City, and he was greeted by the curious gazes of Master Grass and Eternity Bearer. How was it? Even Master Grass was curious as to what Lu Yin had become. Lu Yin answered calmly, Titan. Master Grass. It's an ant. Master Grass was speechless. Who would have thought of this? But since it was an ant, it made sense. It's better than my snail, Eternity Bearer said. Lu Yin glanced at it. This fellow was lucky that it hadn't been trampled to death, but Lu Yin had nearly been trampled to death. Compared to a snail, an ant's survival ability was much stronger. It was a smaller target and could run faster. We'll just have to wait for Ba Yu next, Master Grass said. Lu Yin asked how much time had passed and found that time in Xiang City flowed at the same rate as in the outside world. He didn't know what Ba Yu had become. Time passed day by day, and soon, 2 years had passed. Ba Yu still hadn't come out, she couldn't have died, right? Lu Yin had brought Master Grass and Eternity Bearer back to the 3 universes a year ago. Only the heavens knew how long Ba Yu would be trapped inside, but Leaf had been trapped for a very, very long time. Several generations of people had died, so it had to be at least a few hundred years. He hadn't asked the average lifespan of the people in Xiang City, but even if it was 100 years, it would still be a few hundred years. Chapter 43-55. After returning to the 3 universes, Lu Yin told Qinglian Shangyu and the others about Xiang City, but no one could verify anything. The only ones who knew were Red Hero and the others, but how could Lu Yin ask Red Hero? Right. There were also unknown rewards. Lu Yin had specifically asked 8 colors about Xiang City, but he didn't know anything about it. Lu Yin could only figure it out himself. Qinglian Shangyu and the others wanted to enter Xiang City, but Lu Yin couldn't stop them. He didn't want anything to happen to them inside. If humans didn't even dare to try it themselves, how could they control it? Lu Yin didn't have any selfish intentions of controlling Xiang City. If Qinglian Shangyu and the others could control it, it would be beneficial for humanity. But entering Xiang City was also dangerous. It's okay. You can save us after you control Xiang City. Don't worry, we're not going in together. We'll do it one by one, Qinglian Shangyu said. Lu Yin could only agree and take them into Xiang City one by one. Qinglian Shangyu didn't come out until half a year later. Qinglian Shangyu didn't come out, not because he was afraid, but because human civilization couldn't afford to lose him. Even though the possibility wasn't high. In fact, it was often unfair to Qinglian Shangyu. Whether it was going to the core or entering Xiang City, Qinglian Shangyu couldn't do either. The only thing he could do was guard the 3 universes. As an eternal realm, he was deprived of his freedom. Master Ku Deng and Jiang Feng went in. Mr. Mu didn't go in. He already had control of the 9th stronghold's treasure. Lu Yin was glad that Master Ku Deng was here. Jiang Feng and the others came out. Especially Jiang Feng, who had turned into an ant. With Lu Yin as an example, he had a smooth time and quickly found the city gate. Lu Yin and Jiang Feng were actually very similar. As for what Qinglian Shangyu and Qinglian Shangyu had turned into, they didn't say. Lu Yin asked, but they didn't say anything. Lu Yin suddenly thought of that slipper. Master Ku Dang had turned into a candle. Should it be considered an accident? It wasn't. The world he couldn't see was the mind lamp, but candles were easily exposed. No candle could burn for an entire night, so Master Ku Dang ran away after the candle went out at night. He rushed to the city gate in the middle of the night. Fortunately, there was only one street in Xiang City. Lu Yin and Qinglian Shangyu confirmed the direction, or Master Ku Dang might not have been able to come out. They didn't want to go back in again. Ba Yu. They still couldn't come out. 100 years passed. Over the past 100 years, Lu Yin had built his mental walls and deduced his mirror light technique. He had entered Xiang City once, but this time, he had been even closer to the city gates. That time, he went in mainly to look for other creatures. Since Clear was trying to take control of Xiang City, he wouldn't just put 1 or 2 species inside. Whether it was species or cultivation level, there would definitely be all kinds of species inside. For example, Eternal Realm experts. If an Eternal Life Realm expert was thrown into Xiang City by Che, then that Eternal Life Realm expert must have a certain understanding of Che. Perhaps through this, they could see some of Che's situation. Even though the chances are very low. There was nothing they could do about it. Before they were strong enough, they had to learn as much as they could. If they hadn't learned about Red Hero's strength early on, they would have been at a disadvantage. As for controlling Xiang City, he had no clue at all. There was no rush. He could take it slow. It was not easy to control a turbid artifact unless he obtained the inheritance from the 5th stronghold and knew exactly how to do it. Several years later, Ba Yu returned. Lu Yin visited Xiang City once every 5 years, and this time, he saw Ba Yu. Ba Yu stood outside Xiang City, waiting for him. "You're finally out. What happened?" Lu Yin asked. When Ba Yu saw Lu Yin, there was still some lingering fear on her face. "I turned into a vine and almost died inside." Lu Yin raised a brow. "Vine? That really wasn't easy. What happened? Tell me in detail." In the past 100 years, Ba Yu had been in Xiang City the longest. Ba Yu recalled, "I turned into a vine as soon as I entered and clung to the wall of a poor family." Ba Yu spoke bitterly, as she had almost been burned several times. "There was one time when I caught fire, but it wasn't man-made. It was just a coincidence. Fortunately, a small dog passed by and extinguished the flames. I was very close to death that time, and I felt like my body was burning." "That dog was a creature, right?" Lu Yin asked. Ba Yu nodded. "I communicated with it, but it didn't know how to escape from the city. I told it that it just needed to stick to the city gates, and it cried. It cried so hard that it felt like its heart was being torn apart. A long time ago, it wanted to leave through the city gates, but when it got there, it realized that the gates were closed. It was only 10 meters away from the gates, but it was chased down and beaten black and blue. It could have escaped that time. How sad. It had suffered too much without knowing the rules." Lu Yin could already imagine how that puppy had managed to survive in Xiang City. Although the dog was bigger than an ant, it was still no match for an ant in Xiang City. It was chased and beaten everywhere, and it was even eaten as dog meat. "Wait, where's that dog?" Lu Yin suddenly thought of something. Ba Yu shook her head. "I haven't seen it again." Lu Yin's eyes flickered. That dog had probably left Xiang City before Ba Yu, so where was it now? Because he was afraid of Clear and the dangers of the core space, he had not allowed anyone to guard Xiang City. If that dog had left, no one would know. Xiang City was too far away from the 3 universes, and he could not keep an eye on it at all times. Eternal Realm cultivators were fine, but it was not as if they had nothing to do. "Do you know what kind of creature that dog was?" I don't know. You didn't make a mistake turning into a vine. Lu Yin rubbed his head. Ba Yu wanted to retort, but her experience in Xiang City made her unable to do so. Do you know that the dog might be an eternal realm cultivator? How can there be so many eternal realms? Then tell me, how long has it been since it left Xiang City? Ba Yu thought about it. More than 10 years. Lu Yin stared at her. More than 10 years. Even an eternal realm cultivator cannot escape my sight, let alone a non-eternal realm cultivator. But where is it? Ba Yu was speechless. Do you know that Xiang City will be exposed if an eternal realm cultivator escapes? What if it belongs to a fishing civilization? It can't be that coincidental. What if it is? Ba Yu said, maybe it didn't come out at all. Lu Yin snorted. You're giving me trouble. Ba Yu fell silent. You rejected my offer to enter Xiang City, and now you're giving me trouble again. What do you think I should do? Lu Yin said coldly. Ba Yu looked at Lu Yin. Just tell me what you want. Lu Yin placed a hand on Ba Yu's shoulder and brought her back to the Tian Yuan universe. Enter the Mirage domain and explore the forbidden areas. Find Hong Shuang for me. Ba Yu was shocked. What did you say? Hong Shuang. Lu Yin said, the second stronghold's master, Hong Shuang, might be in one of the forbidden areas in the Mirage domain. I need you to find her. Ba Yu could not believe it. Hong Shuang is still alive. I don't know if she's still alive. I need you to tell me, Lu Yin said solemnly. Ba Yu stared at Lu Yin, dumbfounded. Hong Shuang was someone from the same era as Red Hero. She should have been the second stronghold's master who had been betrayed by Red Hero. Such an existence should have been lost in the river of time. Why me? Although you don't cultivate the heartless path, you're an underworld redcoat, so you're suitable for the search. I don't have to be an underworld redcoat to find her, do I? Lu Yin looked deeply at Ba Yu. You've caused trouble for me and disobeyed my orders. You're not even willing to find your own stronghold's master. Do you think there's any meaning in keeping someone like you around? Ba Yu said in a low voice, I'm an eternal realm. I can protect humanity without hesitation. Then go find Hong Shuang. If you find her, you'll have a way to deal with Red Hero. Otherwise, we can only watch as Red Hero continues to live. As a member of the second stronghold, you have an obligation to eliminate him, Lu Yin said. Ba Yu wanted to refuse, but she could not do so and was brought into the Mirage domain by Lu Yin. There was more than one forbidden area in the Mirage domain. However, other than the forbidden area where one comprehended karma and the forbidden area where fate had met maiden, they had not entered the other forbidden areas. It was the progenitor's reminder. Now, the more he understood the Mirage domain, the more he feared these forbidden areas. The forbidden area had buried Hong Shuang and had an opportunity to achieve immortality. It allowed one to comprehend karma, but Lu Yin did not know what else was in there. It might be beneficial or harmful to human civilization. He could only let Ba Yu explore it first. He remembered the forbidden area that Hong Shuang had entered. Ba Yu did not know why Lu Yin and the others were afraid of the forbidden area, but the words forbidden area were enough to explain everything. However, she had no choice but to enter. Lu Yin watched as Ba Yu entered, hoping to obtain information about Hong Shuang from there. The turbid red umbrella of the second stronghold had been lost. It would be great if Ba Yu could bring it back. Time passed in the Mirage domain. After a long time, Ba Yu could not help but walk out. She met Lu Yin's gaze with a blank expression. Lu Yin knew there was no hope for her. I didn't find Hong Shuang. That's not surprising. What's inside? Ba Yu thought for a moment. It's a red world. It seems like I've entered the world of the heartless path. I don't cultivate the heartless path, so I came out after walking around inside. You only walked around. Lu Yin was surprised. Ba Yu nodded. Lu Yin asked, how much time has passed in your sense of time? Ba Yu thought for a moment. A day. Or maybe 3 days. Lu Yin looked at the forbidden area. No, Ba Yu had been in there for a long time. How could she blur her sense of time? However, this was the Mirage domain, and the river of time was right next to it. Time should not exist. The time they sensed in the Mirage domain actually came from the main river of time. Now, the time in the forbidden area was blurry, so it definitely came from the main river of time. Ba Yu was sure that there was the heartless path in this forbidden area. This meant that the red-clothed girl was indeed Hong Shuang. Could Hong Shuang's power be connected to the main river of time? As the second stronghold master, it was not impossible for her to do that. The Shangyu of the Blood Tower wanted to touch the master river of time even in his dreams. Among all the creatures he knew, there was only one old man who could guide the master river of time. If Hong Shuang could do the same, then this forbidden land might not be a forbidden land. If Ba Yu is not in danger, then he should not be in danger either. Lu Yin walked towards the forbidden area and brought Ba Yu with him. There was no other reason than to lead the way. Chapter 43-56. This time, Ba Yu did not refuse. There was nothing in this forbidden land except for the merciless Tao. As soon as he entered the forbidden area, the merciless Tao that assaulted him almost suffocated him. He could sense the power of the emotionless Tao. The stronger he was, the more he could sense it. Ba Yu, on the other hand, could not sense it as deeply. Lu Yin looked ahead and saw that the entire world was red, but this red was different from the bloody red of Heartless Valley. This was the true Heartless Tao. The Heartless Tao was divided into right and wrong. He had once thought of cultivating the Heartless Tao to perfect his state of mind, but he never had the chance. They walked step by step into the forbidden area. Ba Yu pointed out a direction. It was still the same path, but after they finished walking, they came out. When they looked back, they didn't find anything. He had clearly seen the woman in red enter the forbidden zone, but the ruthless Tao was still there. Why can't I find it? This made him think of Xia. They had been searching for him in the ninth stronghold for so many years. He knew that the artifact suppressing turbid treasure cauldron was in that universe, but he couldn't find it. The Karma Forbidden Land was strange, so he thought that this forbidden land wasn't simple at all. But it was so simple that it was strange. Could it be that only those who cultivated the Heartless Tao could attempt it? Lu Yin brought Chu Songyun over. Although he was unwilling to cultivate the Heartless Tao, however, he had been cultivating all this time. He was a natural genius of the emotionless Tao. Chu Songyun was very obedient to Lu Yin's request, and he did not have any thoughts of rejecting Lu Yin's request. He entered the forbidden area without any hesitation, but he still did not find anything after circling around the area. He was unwilling to give up, and so he continued to enter the forbidden area. He tried again and again, but the results were the same. Lu Yin sighed. Maybe he left, leaving behind the power of the emotionless Tao. Ba Yu agreed. The forbidden area is only so big, unless we can't see it. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Can't you see? He opened his heavenly eye and sensed for a while. Other than Ba Yu, Chu Songyun, and a small number of cultivators who had entered the Mirage domain, no one was looking at him, especially those in the Forbidden Land. If Hong Shuang was in the Forbidden Land, furthermore, if they could see him, the heavens, I would definitely detect him. Forget it, let's go. Lu Yin led Ba Yu and Chu Songyun out of the Mirage. As soon as they left the Mirage domain, Chu Songyun knelt on the ground, wanting to acknowledge Zhang Xian as his master. You want to take me as your master? Lu Yin asked. Chu Songyun respectfully said, I beg Mr. to fulfill my wish. I'm much younger than you. If I can become your disciple, I will definitely become the blade of civilization. I will tread on the path of my ancestors. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. Lu Yin looked at Chu Songyun. He actually found this person rather pleasing to the eye. Back in the red shirt civilization, this person had obeyed Lu Yin's every word, even if Chu Songyun had not seen Lu Yin's true strength at that time. Back then, he had never thought of taking him in as a disciple. But now, it was not impossible. The red coat civilization needed a legacy. Actually, Chu Songyun was the best successor. He wanted to cultivate powers other than the heartless path, but it did not mean that he could give up on the heartless path. Born in the red coat civilization under the stars, he was born with a closed heart. He would never be able to escape the path of heartlessness. Taking him in as a disciple was equivalent to appeasing the red coat civilization under the stars. What was even rarer was that this person's eyes were clear. To the current red coat civilization under the stars, he could be said to be untainted by the mud. He did not back down even when facing the strong. Lu Yin nodded. All right, I'll accept you as my disciple. Chu Songyun was overjoyed. Many thanks, Master. Lu Yin's voice transmitted to the sect above the heavens. Pass down my orders. The apprenticeship ceremony will be held in 3 months. I want the red coat civilization under the stars to see this scene. The Tian Yuan universe was in an uproar. Lu Yin had accepted another disciple, and this one was from the red coat civilization under the stars. This immediately caused countless discussions. The entire sect above the heavens became busy. It was not difficult to let the red coat civilization under the stars see this scene. They only needed to record it in a jade. Then, Lu Yin would directly send it to the red coat civilization under the stars, and it would spread far and wide. He wanted the entire red coat civilization under the stars to know that although they were not from the same universe, they were all human civilizations. There was no difference between them. As one of the people with the highest status in the 3 universes, accepting a red coat cultivator under the stars was a form of attitude. Ku Wei, Huikant, Tuolin, and the others all received the news and immediately rushed to the sect above the heavens. Since their master was accepting another disciple, they naturally could not miss this opportunity. They had heard that this disciple could actually wrestle with an eternal realm and was very strong. This was all the more reason they could not miss this opportunity. At the very least, they had to let this person know who was the senior in front of countless people and not use his cultivation to bully the strong. Tuo Lin's thoughts were very simple. His master had accepted a disciple, and he had family again. 3 months quickly passed. On this day, the sect above the heavens was extremely lively. Countless cultivators from the heavens origin universe had gathered, including many from the 9 firmaments universe and the spiritualized universe. They had all been cultivating in the heavens origin universe for a long time, and they had all rushed to the sect above the heavens. Since the sect above the heavens had been established, it had witnessed countless events that had changed history. There were mobilizations for war, executions, and declarations of war. Although this was only a disciple recruitment, the significance was not small. Within the sect above the heavens, the 3 realms, 6 paths, 3 suns, and 6 lords had all arrived. Outside, Li Shou, Su Wang, and the others were all entrenched in a dignified atmosphere. Even further away, countless gazes were watching, and many of them were Lu Yin's old friends. All of them gathered and chatted animatedly. Within the crowd, some people calmly watched this scene. Back in the day, Lu Yin had also been so glorious that no one could look directly at him. However, it had been like a flash in the pan, and no one mentioned it again. Even if they did, it would only be with mockery and pity. However, it did not matter. He had changed, and he knew how childish he had been in the past. No matter how low he had fallen, he was still a member of the Lu family. He was a genius who had awakened the innate gift of teleportation, and no one could compare to him. One day, he would be able to stand in front of Master Lu and openly call him seventh brother. A mighty bell rang. Below the staircase, Chu Songyun looked up and saw many figures standing on both sides of the staircase. He had been in the three universes for some time and had seen many powerhouses. Today, he had seen the strongest powerhouses in the Heaven's Origin universe, second only to the Eternal Realm. Before coming to the three universes, he had been looking forward to cultivating, but he did not think that the three universes would surpass the red shirt civilization. However, after arriving, he realized that it was completely different. The red shirt civilization only had one heartless path. However, the three universes had more than one cultivation path. There were spirit seeds, astral sources, and consciousnesses. Mr. Lu had even created the Nirvana tree, which allowed people to challenge those of a higher realm. It could almost transform a cultivator's power to a whole new level. This had completely changed his understanding of the three universes. Not to mention, there were so many Eternal Realm powerhouses in the three universes. There were more than one or two people below the Eternal Realm who had reached their limit. Some of them could not reach their limit normally, but once they used the Nirvana tree, they would reach their limit. Chu Songyun had fought with such powerhouses before, but he had not been able to do anything to them. Compared to the red shirt civilization, the three universes seemed to have inherited the legacy of the ninth base. They were a true human civilization. Today, he was finally going to be apprenticed to the most respected person in the three universes, Mr. Lu. This day would change his life. On the staircase, Lu Yin walked out and looked down. The bell rang throughout the Heaven's Origin universe. Under the scorching and envious gazes of countless people, Chu Songyun stepped onto the staircase and walked up step by step. He passed by many cultivators, including Ku Wei, Huikant, Tuo Lin, and Yan Ryu. Although they were Lu Yin's disciples, they could only stand at the bottom of the staircase as their seniority was too low. Chu Songyun walked up the staircase and faced the scrutinizing gazes from both sides. His expression was calm. Disciple Chu Songyun pays his respects to Master. Lu Yin looked down from above. Chu Songyun, from today onwards, you are my disciple. I do not expect you to be invincible in the world, nor do I expect you to be the strongest in history. I only hope that when the human civilization is in danger one day, you can become the blade of civilization and charge at the front. You will not let me down. Chu Songyun was excited. I will remember this in my heart. Get up. Thank you, Master. Lu Yin raised his hand, and at his fingertip, a green light spot landed on Chu Songyun. Today, I will teach you the Nirvana tree technique, 10,000 branches. Chu Songyun's eyes lit up. This was another path of cultivation. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. As the green light spot entered his body shook, and there were changes in his body. It was as if a big tree was taking root, sprouting, and branching. The Nirvana tree technique was a path of fusion. It did not conflict with his original cultivation path. However, as the Nirvana tree technique entered his body, his gaze became confused. Scenes of the past flashed before his eyes. When he was born, his heart was closed. He hated the emotionless path. He hated everyone's indifference. He hated their selfishness. He hated the emotionless valley. He longed to leave that universe and walk another path of cultivation. The Nirvana tree technique had taken root, and another path of cultivation had appeared. However, what was with that reluctance? Was it his reluctance? Or was it his body's reluctance? Why did he have such emotions? He clearly hated the emotionless path, but why? Why? The surrounding people realized that something was wrong with Chu Songyun. Lu Yin stared at him and saw the confusion in his eyes. All sorts of emotions kept flashing through his eyes. He suddenly raised his hand and tapped the air. Chu Songyun's body shook, and the big tree that had taken root in his body suddenly stopped. Lu Yin's voice sounded in his ears. Everyone has their own path to walk. Chu Songyun, look at your heart and see yourself clearly. Chu Songyun stared blankly at Lu Yin, who was on the stairway. He was so tall and mighty. The nirvana tree technique that his master had imparted to him was the best path of cultivation. Many people had cultivated it, so it should be the best path. But why was he so reluctant to part with the emotionless path? The emotionless path had not disappeared. It had only been integrated into the nirvana tree technique. But why was this happening? Lu Yin looked at Chu Songyun. What a domineering emotionless path. As expected of the second stronghold's inherited power. It was unwilling to be inferior to any other power. The nirvana tree technique could integrate all powers. However, it was resisted by the emotionless path. This was because the emotionless path could not be integrated. The emotionless path was the emotionless path. Regardless of right or wrong, the emotionless path could only be the emotionless path. This was the dignity of the second stronghold. If Chu Songyun insisted on cultivating the nirvana tree technique, the emotionless path would be gone. He would not be able to retain the emotionless path that he had once cultivated, even if it was not what he wanted. Now, it was up to him to choose. Actually, Chu Songyun hated the emotionless path and should not have hesitated to choose the nirvana tree technique. But if it were that simple, the eternal realm would have spread throughout the universe. A person's heart was the most difficult to determine. There was nothing wrong with the emotionless path itself. It was just that it had been passed down to this generation that was wrong, and the people who cultivated it were wrong. However, the emotionless path that Chu Songyun cultivated had always followed its own principles. He was not wrong. Even though he had not cultivated it since he was in the second stronghold, he had taken the right path. Chapter 43-57. Chu Songyun was confused. Between the heartless path and the nirvana tree, which one should it be? Why was he reluctant to part with the heartless path? Didn't he hate the heartless path? Lu Yin shouted, "Do you hate the heartless path or the current redcoats?" This sentence was like a bolt of lightning that struck Chu Songyun's confusion. He was stunned as he stared blankly at the ground. Below, Ku Wei rolled his eyes and nudged Huiken. "Look at this kid's act. He made such a big commotion by acknowledging a master." Huiken said, "That's right. We didn't even receive such treatment when we acknowledged a master. He's too good at making his presence known. Don't you think so, senior?" Tuo Lin was worried. "Is this junior all right? He seems to be in pain." "What? Xiao Yu, you're right. How can anything happen to him with master around?" "I understand. Xiao Yu, you're the best. Master is proud of you." Ku Wei and Huiken rolled their eyes at the same time. Crazy. Those outside the sect did not know what was happening. Chu Songyun seemed to have gone mad. Could it be that he was too excited about acknowledging a master that his brain was damaged? Everyone was waiting. Lu Yin was not in a hurry, and the others were even less anxious. Not long after, Chu Songyun looked up at Lu Yin. His gaze had recovered and was filled with determination. He slowly knelt down. "Master, this disciple is guilty." "What are you guilty of?" "This disciple does not want to cultivate the nirvana tree." Once this was said, everyone was in an uproar. They all looked at Chu Songyun as if he was an idiot. Not cultivating the nirvana tree. Was this guy's brain damaged? throughout the universe, who did not want to cultivate the nirvana tree. The nirvana tree did not affect one's original cultivation strength. It could even fuse all of one's strength, allowing one to explode with great power for a short period of time. It could be said that the existence of the nirvana tree allowed the top powerhouses of the three universes to leap to a higher level. The most obvious example was the Startlegate upper defense. With the help of the nirvana tree, she had even surpassed the Blood Tower upper defense. It did not affect her cultivation at all. A cultivation path that did not affect one's cultivation and could allow one's power to soar. How could someone not cultivate it? Especially at this apprenticeship ceremony. Wasn't this a slap to Mr. Liu's face? Many people's expressions darkened. Tuo Lin frowned. Liu Yin didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled. Why not? Chu Songyun knelt down deeply. This disciple wishes to continue cultivating the emotionless Tao. Many people looked at Chu Songyun with eyes full of puzzlement and mockery. However, there were also many people who admired him. It was not easy to choose one's own path of cultivation under such circumstances, but why did it have to be at this time? They all looked at Liu Yin. Right, because of the Nirvana tree technique, Master Liu had only imparted the Nirvana tree technique to Chu Songyun now. Moreover, Master Liu's words had been guiding Chu Songyun. He didn't insist that Chu Songyun cultivate the Nirvana tree. Of course, they couldn't understand why the Nirvana tree didn't affect the cultivation of other powers. No one understood Chu Songyun, except for Liu Yin. This was the merciless Tao, a tyrannical inherited power. If one cultivated it, they would only be able to cultivate it. If they wanted to cultivate other powers, they would have to give it up. Liu Yin's words had cleared Chu Songyun's confusion and allowed him to stay true to his heart. For this reason, even if he refuted the Nirvana tree in front of countless people, Chu Songyun was willing to pay the price. He knelt down. He knew that his choice would embarrass his master, but he was willing to accept any price. He was guilty. Liu Yin smiled. He smiled very happily. Chu Songyun, your master was wrong. Everyone looked at Liu Yin in shock. Was he confused? Chu Songyun raised his head and looked at Liu Yin in confusion. Liu Yin placed his hands behind his back and smiled. In the beginning, I said that I didn't expect you to be invincible. I didn't expect you to be the strongest since ancient times. Now, I take back my words. His voice reverberated throughout the starry sky and resounded in the ears of countless people. As the successor of the Nine Walls' merciless Tao, your will is firm and your heart is the same as before. I want you to be invincible, the strongest since ancient times. This is my request for you when you acknowledge me as your master. You must take up the responsibility of inheriting the merciless Tao in the second stronghold. The merciless Tao has no right or wrong. Merciless can also have feelings. This is one of the inheritances of human civilization. Since you have chosen it, I want you to pass it down. Can you do it? Chu Songyun panted heavily as his heart pounded. He looked up at Liu Yin and replied loudly, I can do it. Liu Yin nodded. Good. I will wait for that day. When the time comes, you will be the blade of civilization. Chu Songyun knelt down again. I will definitely die before civilization and fight for the inheritance of human civilization. After the apprenticeship ceremony ended, everyone dispersed. What happened today made many people see something different. The merciless Tao seemed to be very popular with Master Liu. They had heard that Master Liu hated the merciless Tao of the Red Coat civilization, but why was it like this? Also, could it be that the merciless Tao and the Nirvana tree's techniques could not be merged? Many people wanted to ask Chu Songyun, but not mentioning his identity as Liu Yin's disciple, his combat strength alone was enough to stand at the top of the human civilization, second only to the peak of the eternal realm. Not everyone could come into contact with him. Ku Wei and the others were an exception. Lu Yin went to the above heaven's sex-back mountain. Ku Wei and the others found Chu Songyun and addressed him as junior brother. Although they were envious of this junior brother's apprenticeship and their tone was sour, he was still their junior brother. Tuolin was very happy that he had more relatives. Chu Songyun was also very happy that he had relatives. This was something that the Red Coat civilization could not experience. However, was there something wrong with senior brother Tuolin's brain? Who was Xiaoyu? Where was she? At the above heaven sex-back mountain, Lu Yin sat at the stone table and looked at the starry sky, deep in thought. Chu Songyun hated the merciless Tao, but it was not the true merciless Tao. It was not his fault that he gave up on the merciless Tao, but the merciless Tao's fault. It was the fault of the current merciless Tao. People said that strength was not divided into good and evil, but talent was. However, the current merciless Tao was wrong. This strength made family members cold and dissipated emotions. If this was not wrong, what was it? Chu Songyun lived under the merciless Tao, but he could distinguish the good and evil of the merciless Tao. Then, what about him? Distinguishing the good and evil of strength was only one of them. He also hated the current merciless Tao. He could see the good and evil of the merciless Tao, but it did not mean that he could see other things. The higher one stood, the harder it was to see what was below. Chu Songyun's pure cultivation. Then, where did his purity lie? As he thought about this, a high mental state wall stood in front of Lu Yin. It was black and white, and it was as if he could see the faces of countless people. Countless people's faces had built this mental state wall. The wall was black and white. Lu Yin raised his hand and touched between the two colors. The next moment, the mental state wall turned into two beams of light that wrapped around his body. It was still black and white. Countless experiences and the past appeared one by one. Lu Yin stood in his original position and did not move, allowing the black and white beams to wrap around him. However, in the eyes of outsiders, there was nothing. Long she took a look and retreated. Lu Yin was obviously comprehending. What was a genius? What was difficult for ordinary people to understand was a genius. Geniuses could often have an epiphany from a small matter. Chu Songyun's choice had given Lu Yin the opportunity to have an epiphany. The more one obtained, the harder it was to see good and evil. Humans had to walk the path of being ordinary. The more ordinary they were, the clearer they could see. This step was called transcendence. Transcendence into the mortal world. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he looked at the starry sky. Cultivation was a circle that connected the entire path of cultivation. Beside the eternal life realm was the mortal world. Transcendence to achieve eternal life. Was this his own path? Persevering in confusion, keeping one's state of mind undisturbed. Breaking through to eternal life did not depend on the length of time. What mattered was the recognition of oneself, the recognition of the universe, and the recognition of the distance. At this moment, Master Qingchao suddenly came to the back of the mountain. Long she quickly stopped him, he's comprehending. Master Qingchao looked at the back of the mountain. Didn't he just accept a disciple? Come in. Lu Yin's voice came. Master Qingchao walked past Long Shi and entered the back of the mountain. When he saw Lu Yin, he said directly, "There's a newcomer who wants to join the unknown." Lu Yin was surprised. Who? I don't know. Master Qingchao said. Lu Yin frowned and immediately entered the starry sky. He lay in the hanging coffin on a barren planet and entered the unknown. As soon as he entered the unknown, he heard Damao agree. Then, Lu Yin heard several unfamiliar voices. Some had spoken before, such as the one he almost called Mao, but some had never spoken. Lu Yin memorized the voice and asked, 8 colors, there's a newcomer who wants to join. 8 Colors' voice sounded, Miaozoon. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows, Miaozoon. What a strange name. Introduce him. Hee hee, kid, this is going to be fun. This Miaozoon is very interesting. De Mao gloated. The more it was like this, the more uneasy Lu Yin felt. This meant that Miaozoon's joining was beneficial to it and not to him. In fact, no matter what Miaozoon was like, as long as he joined, he would have to worship the divine tree and choose a color. Currently, there were 3 known colors for him to choose from: red, silver, and blue. No matter which color Miaozoon chose, Lu Yin would have to hand over the thread of the corresponding color. The tricolor thread allowed him to defeat the mud blade. Although it was uncontrollable and backfired on him, it was at least a trump card that could allow him to fight for his life at a critical moment. If one thread was taken away, this trump card would be gone. Secondly, if Miaozoon wanted to join, the 8 colors would force him to worship the divine tree in advance, which meant that he would have to enter the unknown alone. This was not a risk he was willing to take. When he thought of this, Lu Yin's heart sank. This was troublesome. No information about the unknown will be revealed by the unknown. I can only tell you the reason for inviting him. First, it's his cultivation. Miaozoon is compatible with the laws of the universe, so his cultivation is not below Lan Meng's. Second, the unknown has suffered continuous losses and needs to be compensated. That's all. That's all. Do I have the right to decide? Lu Yin asked. Every unknown has the right to choose whether or not they want to join. Lu Yin was about to speak when De Mao spoke up, but it doesn't matter what you choose. Most of the unknown have already made their choice and agreed to let him join. Even if you object, it's useless. De Mao, you sound like you're very familiar with him. Lu Yin was curious. De Mao snorted. There was a war, and Miaozoon's civilization was the enemy. In the end, they were all destroyed, and only Miaozoon survived. It's easy to see him. There's a picture of his race on the door. Chapter 43-58. Lu Yin thought of the unknown door. There were all kinds of creatures on the door. Was Miaozoon's civilization among them? Lu Yin was not surprised that Miaozoon's civilization was destroyed by the unknown, but he still wanted to join the unknown. There were always all kinds of reasons. He also joined the unknown. Maybe Miaozoon was like him, or maybe he didn't care about his own civilization. There were many such creatures. Knowing Trace will be more lively from now on, haha, the old man said. Lu Yin suddenly shouted, Che, are you there? Lu Yin, what is it? What is it? Che asked. Most of the unknown were here at this time because they had to choose whether to agree to Miaozoon's joining. Can you tell me about Miaozoon's situation? Lu Yin asked. Che was helpless. Sorry, I haven't experienced the war with Miaozoon's civilization. De Mao laughed. You can ask Red Hero. He has experienced it. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Red Hero had experienced it. At this time, 8 Colors' voice sounded. Lu Yin, Miaozoon has been allowed to join the unknown. He will be contacted soon. Once he agrees, the test will begin. Before he joins the unknown, you must worship the divine tree and choose your color. At the same time, you must hand over the divine power threads of the other 2 colors. Otherwise, you will break the rules. I have to remind you seriously. Lu Yin was helpless. His tone was excited. That's great. There are new people joining the unknown. We will definitely grow stronger. 8 Color, I am very happy. Thought. By the way, all the members of the unknown are in knowing Trace, right? Can you say hello? Lu Yin shouted. No one responded. He shouted a few more times. It seemed that in the entire knowing trace, except for Damao and a few limited ones, no one was willing to respond. Luin was helpless. He had been jumping up and down in knowing trace. Sometimes, he even put down his dignity to speak in order to understand the unknown, the mortal enemy of mankind. However, some guys were too hidden and could not be lured out. Just as he was about to leave, Red Hero's voice suddenly sounded. Luin, come and find me. Luin was stunned. Red Hero. Come and find me. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What did Red Hero mean? He left knowing trace, opened the lid of the hanging coffin, and looked in the direction of the red shirt. Looking for him. It was impossible to start a war at this time. He could not even attack the three universes. Red Hero must be looking for him. After thinking about it for a moment, Luin teleported towards the red shirt civilization. At the same time, Damao's voice came from Jizong. Looks like Red Hero is going to sow discord. He purposely spoke in Jizong just to let you hear it. Ba say, you have to protect Miaozun well. Don't get killed before he even comes in. The 8 colors said calmly, we don't accept trash if we don't know. Hee, I can't be used either. After continuously teleporting, Luin arrived at the red shirt civilization below the star and met with Red Hero. Red Hero looked at Luin coldly. Congratulations, you made it out of the battlefield alive. Luin sized up Red Hero. Congratulations to you too, for breaking the rules and coming out unscathed. Red Hero sneered, I didn't break the rules. I've already explained it to 8 colors. Luin smiled, I believe you. After all, I've helped you explain that you were tricked by the mud blade because your brain isn't good. Red Hero's eyes grew colder. But Red Hero, you really need to train your brain. Mud blade was stupid enough to send himself to me, but you still got tricked. I really don't know how you've lived for so long, Luin mocked. Red Hero said, I don't know how you killed Mud Blade. Sometimes, luck won't always be on your side, just like this time. Miaozun. Luin was puzzled. Red Hero put his hands behind his back. Miaozun's civilization is disgusting. He likes to devour fresh meat, and Miaozun is the strongest in this civilization. His favorite fresh meat is humans. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he stared at Red Hero. Red Hero said coldly, I don't know when he ate humans, but when I met him in the war, he said that humans are delicious. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. He understood why Red Hero called him here. He wanted to use him to break the rules of the unknowns and kill Miaozun so that Miaozun could not join the unknowns. There were many reasons to kill Miaozun, but Red Hero's reason was undoubtedly the most important. He also understood why Damao was acting like that. Lu Yin did not suspect that Red Hero was lying to him. This kind of thing was easy to find out as long as he met Miaozun face to face. If he dared to say it, it would be proven to be true. You can leave now, Red Hero said coldly. Lu Yin looked at him deeply, you don't care at all. Red Hero's figure disappeared. Care? Why should he care? There were so many humans. Who knew how many of those Bates had survived and how many had died? He only regretted not betraying them later and causing the inheritance of the 3 universes. Lu Yin teleported to the front of the Blood Tower and asked Jiu Wen if he knew about Miaozun. Jiu Wen did not know. Lu Yin was helpless. He could only leave and think of a way. Red Hero's move was obvious. It was equivalent to telling everyone that he was trying to provoke Lu Yin to attack Miaozun. It all depended on what Lu Yin would do. No matter what he did, his goal was to get rid of Miaozun. Regardless of whether he broke the rules in the end, the unknowns would be dissatisfied. After all, Miaozun's participation was approved by most of the unknowns. It would be better if the 8 colors were dissatisfied. The unknowns would not just join Miaozun. If he could get rid of one, could he get rid of another? This was under the premise that Lu Yin could not break the rules and get rid of Miaozun. Normally, it would be difficult to do so. Red Hero looked into the distance. If you dare to attack Miaozun, you are walking on the edge of breaking the rules. Miaozun is not that easy to kill. As long as he says that he is willing to join the unknowns before he dies, you will be breaking the rules. Not only can you not kill him, but you will also have to break the rules. Luck will not always be on your side. Lu Yin returned to the Tianyuan universe. Master Qingchao was still at the back mountain. Lu Yin told him what had happened. He wanted to hear Master Qingcao's opinion. After all, Master Qingchao had his own understanding of the unknowns. I advise you not to act rashly. Master Qingcao's heart was heavy. If Miaozun agrees to join the unknowns, he will definitely get the hanging coffin. Even if you attack him, can you guarantee that he will not escape? Especially if Miaozun agrees to join the unknowns, you cannot attack him. Otherwise, you will be breaking the rules. When you joined the unknowns, Lan Meng's mission automatically became invalid. This is also the reason. Lu Yin interrupted, did he agree to join the unknowns, or did he agree to join after a test? Master Qingchao was silent for a moment. This is Red Hero's way of dealing with you. These 2 points are on the verge of breaking the rules. They may or may not break the rules. Lu Yin rubbed his head. Since he stepped into the world of cultivation, few of the enemies he encountered were stupid. All of them knew how to use people's hearts, rules, and even themselves. In fact, there were only 2 ways for people to climb to a high position. One was to be good at using oneself, and the other was to be good at using others. This time, Red Hero obviously wanted to use Lu Yin to deal with himself. He could not let a creature like Miaozun join the unknowns, especially when it involved handing over the thread of divine power, worshipping the divine tree, and so on. Miaozun must be dealt with. But how? There were too many things involved. Master Qingchao left. His advice was always to do nothing. It was good to keep things as they were. If it was just handing over a thread of divine power, Lu Yin was willing to keep things as they were. Even if Miaozun had eaten humans, he could find a chance to deal with him later. There was no need to rush. After all, the stability of human civilization was not easy. However, it also involved him having to find out the whereabouts of the person himself. That was different. Even though the probability of something happening was not high, he did not want to take the risk. If something happened to him, human civilization would be half destroyed. It was not just strength, but also teleportation, karma, and so on. They were indispensable to human civilization. Lu Yin himself was also the key to bonding the 3 universes together. Why don't we find someone to join the unknowns and get rid of Miaozun in the test? Wei Rong sat opposite Lu Yin and suggested. Lu Yin thought about it and decided to look for Wei Rong. He was the best at scheming. Lu Yin said, that's a good idea. Firstly, we can find out where Miaozun is through the test. Secondly, if we can get rid of Miaozun, we can find someone like me who can delay their journey to worship the divine tree. It will not affect me. But the problem is who to look for. They first thought of the boss of the 7 treasures, Heavenly Toad. Boss was an absolute powerhouse who was compatible with 2 universal laws. His strength was far beyond Miaozun's, and he did not belong to human civilization. They believed that the unknowns would be willing to let him join. The unknowns had once invited Old Ancestor Shan, but Old Ancestor Shan had rejected them. However, there was another problem. If Boss really joined the unknowns, he would not be able to attack Red Hero. After the 1,000-year protection period, Red Hero could directly attack. At that time, he would lose boss, and it would be difficult for Qinglian Shangyu alone to resist. Lu Yin was not sure if he could break through to the Eternal Realm at that time. No one could say for sure what would happen in the future. Let's deal with the problem at hand first. We can talk about the future later, Wei Rong said. Lu Yin looked up. If I don't join the unknowns, I'll kill Miao Zun. Wei Rong shook his head. We don't know the destination of Miao Zun's test. Red Hero will tell me, Lu Yin said. That's true. Right, what about the Immortal Master? He's very suitable. Wei Rong suddenly remembered. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Right, compared to boss, the Immortal Master was more suitable. Even though the Immortal Master was not one of his people, their past grievances had been resolved. The Immortal Master was extremely fearful of human civilization, especially since Lu Yin had planted the Path Sword in his body to deal with the Immortal Plume. If the Immortal Master joined the Unknowns, he would not be able to help Lu Yin deal with Miao Zun. At the very least, Lu Yin would be able to find out where Miao Zun was and then ambush him. If the Immortal Master joined the Unknowns, what would happen to the Immortal Plume civilization? The Immortal Plume would definitely not be satisfied. When the time came, the Immortal Plume would battle with the Unknowns, which would be enough to reduce the chances of the 3 universes being dealt with by the Immortal Plume. The Immortal Master was the most suitable candidate. But the problem was that they could not find the Immortal Master. Even though the Immortal Master had the Path Sword in his body, Luo Chan's teleportation was different from Lu Yin's. He could teleport anywhere he wanted, and only the heavens knew how far he could go. Given the Immortal Master's fear of Lu Yin and the others, it would be better for him to stay as far away as possible. Lu Yin was helpless. For the time being, he had to choose boss. However, he had to convince boss first. Chapter 43-59. The 7 treasures Heavenly Toad and the Unknown were also old enemies. Lu Yin went to find boss and teleported again and again. Boss was still looking for little 18, but he didn't teleport. His search range was limited. The range was limited, but there were many directions. Lu Yin came to the place where he had found boss many times and looked in all directions. Boss definitely didn't want to see him again. He teleported again and again to search in all directions. Suddenly, Lu Yin saw something strange. Was that the one-line sky? Jade. The one-line sky. Lu Yin teleported over and looked at the cloud-like green one-line sky in front of him. From afar, it looked like jade. That's right. This was the 3 stars mission he had accepted, to capture the jade. If he didn't see this, Lu Yin would have forgotten that he still had an unknown mission to complete. He didn't expect to find it so coincidentally. Lu Yin. A familiar voice came from afar. Lu Yin looked over in surprise. Boss? He didn't expect boss to be nearby. Even though boss wasn't far from the jade. The one-line sky was in his line of sight, but he didn't see it. If he didn't use the mirroring technique, boss's range of sight would be much greater than his. Boss regretted it. This kid didn't see him. He shouldn't have spoken. Lu Yin was very happy to see boss. I finally found you. Boss. Boss stared at Lu Yin vigilantly. What's the matter? Do you remember what you said before? That was the last time you attacked. Lu Yin looked serious. Of course. I'm looking for you this time because of the unknown. Boss's eyes widened and his killing intent skyrocketed. The unknown. When old ancestor Shan died in battle, he said that there was something secretly watching. And Lan Meng attacked. In addition to the feud with the unknown, Boss was very sure that the existence that killed old ancestor Shan belonged to the unknown. Therefore, he was very concerned about anything related to the unknown and wanted to destroy it. Lu Yin said in a low voice, "A new creature is going to join the unknown. Once it joins, the unknown's strength will increase. And because I haven't gone to worship the divine tree yet, not only will I have to go, but I also have to hand over." Lu Yin didn't hide anything this time and told him all the pros and cons. There was no need to hide anything. Boss wouldn't allow anything that was beneficial to the unknown. "You want me to kill Miao Zun and stop him from joining the unknowns," Boss said in a low voice. Lu Yin nodded. "You don't have to kill him. You can capture him. After all, killing an eternal life realm cultivator is too restrictive." Boss's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Now that one is dead, you want to add another? Impossible. I definitely won't let the unknown power increase. Don't worry. Leave Miao Zun to me." As soon as it finished speaking, it looked at Lu Yin suspiciously. "You're not lying to me this time, right?" Lu Yin was speechless. "I've never lied to you before." Boss deeply remembered the words, "Maybe it's because it's compatible with the laws of two universes," which left a shadow in his heart. However, Lu Yin had not lied about that, and Red Hero really did fit the laws of the two universes. There was nothing wrong with that. "Right, boss, why are you here?" Lu Yin asked. Boss looked ahead. "That thing is strange. That's jade. A silver lining. Jade. One-line sky. You know." Lu Yin nodded. "This is the 3 stars mission that the unknowns gave me, which is to capture the jade-lined sky." The boss wasn't surprised. "Capture? Then we can't let it succeed." Lu Yin laughed. "There are many jade-lined sky, and it comes from a civilization called the Jade Universe. This civilization is close to the fishing civilization. The mission to destroy the Jade Universe belongs to the 4 stars and the unknowns, but it was taken by other unknowns. Our mission is to find the location of the Jade Universe by capturing the jade-lined sky. Whether the unknowns get it or not, it won't affect anything." Boss said in a deep voice, "What if we find the Jade Universe first and join forces with it to deal with the unknowns?" Lu Yin looked at Boss. "That's what I told old ancestor Shan." Boss was silent. Old ancestor Shan didn't agree, and he also told them not to get involved with the human civilization. The possibility of this was not high. In the square-inch world, there was no communication between civilizations, only war. The word alliance was too rare in the square-inch world. "Right, boss, you don't seem surprised that it's related to the unknowns. Do you know why I'm targeting it?" Lu Yin was curious. Boss said, "This jade-lined sky is different from the normal jade-lined sky. Not only does it spread information, but once you get close, it can easily take you away and send you to an unknown place. I suspect that it has something to do with Little 18's disappearance, so I'm planning to use it to see where it can send you. Transfer. Something like that." Lu Yin looked at the jade-lined sky. Wasn't this the same as the unknown's door? Could it be that the unknowns wanted to destroy the Jade Universe because it had the same ability? It wasn't impossible. Otherwise, why couldn't the unknowns find the Jade Universe? Why would they issue such a serious mission, even if it was only 4 stars? What kind of information does it spread? Lu Yin asked. Boss said, "Every few years, this thing will spread information about the unknowns. Although the information is very little, it clearly mentions that the unknowns belong to the fishing civilization. Be careful of the door, so I'm not surprised that it's related to the unknowns. I've been keeping an eye on it." Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. There was such a thing. 8 Colors hadn't mentioned it back then. It seemed that this Jade Universe was really at odds with the unknowns. Not only did it spread information about the unknowns through the jade-lined sky, but it also had an ability similar to the unknown's door. The fact that the Jade universe could be confirmed as a 4-stars mission meant that it had less than 10 eternal beings. If its knowledge of the square-inch distance was limited, it would indeed dare to challenge any civilization. At that time, the human civilization only had 4 eternal beings, and they confirmed that the unknowns were their archenemies and killed Chishu. The Jade universe was stronger than the human civilization at that time. Lu Yin approached the jade-lined sky. As he approached, the jade-lined sky was like a green monster opening its mouth and swallowing. Lu Yin waved his hand, and in the void, time flowed. Countless lines spread out from the jade-lined sky and forcibly opened the closed entrance. What a strong force, and it was indeed the traces of time. It was so sudden that ordinary eternal beings might not be able to withstand it. Lu Yin felt the jade-lined sky's ability and looked back at Boss. Little 18's disappearance might really be related to it. Boss said, "I've been watching it. It's easy to be sent away by following it, but it's not so easy to find the way back. That's why I didn't go in rashly. Senior is also waiting for me." Boss did not refute. He cared about little 18, and he also cared about the 7 Treasures Heavenly Toad clan. After losing Patriarch Shan, the 7 Treasures Heavenly Toad clan could not lose him again. Lu Yin knew what Boss was thinking. He hoped to take the entire 7 Treasures Heavenly Toad clan and leave through the jade-lined sky. No matter what happened on the other side, unless it was an existence that conformed to the laws of the 3 universes, nothing would happen to the 7 Treasures Heavenly Toad clan. Now that Lu Yin let him know that the Jade universe represented by the jade-lined sky could not compare to the fishing civilization, he felt more confident. Lu Yin and Boss were silent. Boss did not know what to say. The 7 Treasures Heavenly Toad clan entered the 3 universes mainly to repay Lu Yin for saving their lives. Now, they had to leave in such a short time. Although they had helped several times, it was not very reasonable. "Senior, have you thought about what will happen if you encounter an unstoppable disaster when you teleport over?" Lu Yin asked. Boss looked at the jade-lined sky and slowly said, "Unless it's a fishing civilization, and even if it is, they won't fight to the death with the 7 Treasures Heavenly Toad clan. The price is too high. Living in a space of inches, it's impossible to rest easy forever. There are some dangers that have to be experienced." Lu Yin understood. He could not stop Boss from searching for his son. This was unfair to Boss. In fact, the 7 Treasures Heavenly Toad clan had already helped them a lot. The 7 Treasures Heavenly Toad clan was similar to most of the civilizations in the space of inches. They did not wish to communicate with other civilizations. "I understand. Please take good care of the Star Toad," Lu Yin said. Boss looked at Lu Yin. "Don't worry. I will leave after helping you deal with Miaozun. Also, if you don't mind, I would like to leave some of my clan behind." Lu Yin nodded. Of course. Leaving some of the 7 Treasures Heavenly Toad behind was a backup plan for Boss to prevent an unstoppable crisis on the other side of the jade-lined sky. Also, he could help Lu Yin translate the text on the armor plate. It was a way to repay Lu Yin for saving the 7 Treasures Heavenly Toad. Leaving along the jade-lined sky was not only because Boss wanted to find little 18, but also to avoid the human civilization. Before Grandmaster Shan died, he had asked the 7 Treasures Heavenly Toad to help the humans. Boss knew Grandmaster Shan's thoughts too well. Grandmaster Shan did not want the 7 Treasures Heavenly Toad to have too much involvement with the humans. During this period of time in the human civilization, Boss had seen it. The human civilization was too good at causing trouble. Even though they were getting stronger, the previous 9th base was defeated. He did not want the 7 Treasures Heavenly Toad to be destroyed like the human civilization. Looking for little 18 was just one of the reasons. there was no communication between civilizations. It was not just a saying. No matter how Luin treated the Seven Treasures' Heavenly Toad clan, they would have to leave eventually. Capturing the jade-lined sky was not difficult for Luin. There were no living creatures in the jade-lined sky. They had all been sent away. It was more like an extension of some kind of power. As long as one could surpass its power, one could capture it. Luin asked Boss to keep an eye on the jade-lined sky while he returned to the human civilization to wait for news from Red Hero. Red Hero wanted to use him to deal with Miaozun and make him break the unknown rules. He had to tell him where Miaozun was. This was the only way Luin could find out. Otherwise, he could ask Boss to join the unknown and go through the test with Miaozun. However, this would be too obvious. Even if some rules had to be broken, they had to be done in secret and not in the open. Not long after, Luin returned to the human civilization. He sat quietly in the back mountain of the Above Heaven sect and waited. Chu Songyun's apprenticeship had allowed him to see his own path to immortality. If the high wall of the heart realm was a shortcut, then comprehending shedding mortality was the direction. However, the prerequisite for shedding mortality was to reach the peak of one's current state of mind. It was obvious that he had not reached that stage yet. The path had appeared, and the next step was to walk it. He calmed his heart and meditated. If there was night in this world, there would be day. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.